Would the meeting please come to order? This is the City Council adjourned regular meeting and special joint meeting with the Great Park Board, with the Irvine Facilities Financing Authority as well. All of that together here on June 23rd, 2026. The time is 5:05 p.m. The council was in a closed session earlier today. We had a special council meeting, a closed session, and we handled some more or less routine business as well, leaving plenty of business to be taken care of tonight at this meeting as well. So we thank everybody for their cooperation and forbearance. At this time, I'd like to turn to the city clerk so that he might inform the general public, those who might wish to participate from remote locations, as well as those who are gathered here in person, as to how they can participate in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 160-043-4844. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-254-5252 or 669-216-1590 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing in by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on our City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.gov/agendas. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. At this time, for the official record, I'd like you to please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agron.
Here. With that, we'd like to move on to our traditional Pledge of Allegiance and then an invocation. So at this time, I would like to ask those who are present here in the chamber to rise if you're able for the pledge and remain standing after the pledge for the invocation. Tonight I've asked Councilmember Mike Carroll to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mayor. Please place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. It is my pleasure to welcome Deacon Tim O'Donoghue from St. Thomas More Catholic Church here in Irvine for tonight's invocation. Welcome and thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please bow your heads. Good and gracious God,
We thank you that we can gather together this afternoon to help make the great city of Irvine an even better place to live. As we celebrate our country's 250th birthday next week, let us take a moment to reflect on all the blessings that we experience, both as a nation and as a city, especially the opportunity to be part of a democratic system that allows us to share our opinions and our point of view. However, we need to remember freedom is not free. We thank all of the veterans, both living and deceased, who put their life on the line so that we may have a better way of life. Tonight, we ask that you send a special blessing down on our Mayor, Irvine, our Councilmember Lou, Councilmember Go, Councilmember Mai, Councilmember Carroll, Councilmember Martinez Franco, and Councilmember Treseder, that they be given the knowledge, the wisdom, and courage to be servant leaders as they represent the people of Irvine. Also, we ask that you bless the City of Irvine staff gathered here tonight, that they too are servant leaders who make wise decisions on behalf of others, especially those most in need. And we ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you for that very uplifting and very appropriate invocation. We appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet.
Please be seated. At this time, our agenda calls for public comments for non-agendized items. Non-agendized items that are nevertheless within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Typically, we set aside a half hour for non-agendized public comments. Mr. Peterson, how many requests do we have for non-agendized public comments?
We have 20 requests to speak, 18 in person and 2 on Zoom.
18 in person, 2 on Zoom. If we were to limit each to 90 seconds, we can fit everything within the half hour, I believe. So let's do that, beginning with those who are present.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Anthony Nguyen, Zara C., Justin Huang, Rodolfo Sandoval, and Katie Reyes. And we'll start with Anthony.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Anthony Nguyen. When I'm not at work, you can find me watching movies. From black and white films to horror flicks, watching movies is one of my most favorite pastimes. I especially love watching movies in art theaters, which are independent theaters, both for-profit and non-profit, that show films in order to honor the history and artistry of cinema. Art theaters appeal to me because I can watch older or more unique films with the movie theater experience that digital recreations cannot recreate. But most importantly, it's a place where people can come together and be part of a loving community that appreciates films together. But there are no art theaters in Irvine and very few in Orange County. While mainstream movie theaters such as Regal, AMC, or Cinemark show new movies, they neglect over thousands of movies because they are unconventional or too old. For those who love the art theater scene, they have to go either to Los Angeles or to 2 movie theaters in Orange County, the Frida Cinema in Santa Ana or the Lido Theater in Newport Beach. As such, even the variety of movies that are shown do not appeal to some patrons who want to go to see these movies. So Irvine should have their own movie theater, and what better place to have it than the cultural terrace of the Great Park. Not only would the addition of this theater make the city of Irvine a trailblazer, but it will bring great appreciation to the cinematic arts in Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Would you please leave your name and how you're reachable with the city clerk? I think some people may wish to be in touch with you. Thank you.
Zara.
Good evening. My name is Zara Castrione, and I have realized that reckless e-bike usage in Irvine has become a disruptive safety issue. While the efforts of local authorities and the implementation of new rules have brought some improvements, more must be done to protect pedestrians and riders to ensure the safety of the city. Currently, local municipalities remain legally restricted by the California Vehicle Code from implementing uniform age restrictions and vehicle classification standards. Irvine has already maximized its legal authority regarding speed limits and infrastructure segmentations. The issue has gone far enough for the city to advocate at a higher level. The city of Irvine should write to the state legislature to demand action, framing this issue as a balance between support of active transportation and protecting public safety, specifically advocating for the need to increase regulations for out-of-class electric motorcycles and creating a statewide licensing system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Just so you know, we are actually in communication with the legislature on precisely that matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Justin Huang, and I've been a resident in Irvine for 19 years now. I bounce all around Irvine, but my family has settled in Portola Springs for about 9 years now. I love to call this place my home, but it has become very difficult to do so with the Bowerman landfill. According to South Coast AQMD, there have already been more than 130 complaints about rotten, sour, and garbage-type odors, which were all traced back to Bowerman operations. Furthermore, Bowerman landfill has already received 3 notices of violations. But instead of listening to these violations and ensuring no further issues, the Bowerman landfill has now decided to ramp up its operations after the closure of the Olinda Alpha landfill in Brea. If you haven't already known, this means increased garbage and landfill trucks on roads, which I already deal with, and louder noise in residential areas, worse air quality, and a risk to road safety in our community. We deserve transparency, accountability, and a clear plan to protect our communities. I urge the city to keep pushing to create dedicated truck access roads to keep them off local roads, provide regular public reports on odor complaints and enforcement, make measurable standards for odor mitigation, and create a long-term regional plan for waste management to mitigate the harms to Irvine residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Rodolfo.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Rodolfo Sandoval. I'm here today to speak about Irvine Connect and its role in improving mobility and access across the city. As we head into a busy summer with massive community events, I think there is real merit to expanding both awareness and use of this service. Right now, Irvine Connect feels underutilized, not necessarily because it is not useful, but because many residents simply do not know enough about it or how it can fit into their daily travel routines. Increasing visibility of this service through stronger outreach, especially in high traffic areas like Irvine Spectrum, could significantly improve ridership. Expanding the use of Irvine Connect also has broader benefits. Every additional rider helps reduce traffic congestion on already busy streets and lowers vehicle emissions. Small, gradual changes steer Irvine away from its heavy reliance on cars and toward a more connected, transit-friendly city where a personal vehicle is not always required. I would also encourage the city to evaluate whether current routes fully reflect where Irvine residents are traveling, particularly during peak summer activity. With stronger publicity and thoughtful route adjustments, Irvine Connect can better serve as a practical, accessible transportation option for the Irvine community. And on a personal note, it might save me from a few too many lawn walks in the California heat. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do.
Your time is up.
Take care.
And thank you for your comments. By the way, we do have staff here on the Bowerman matter and also on the Irvine Connect matter. I hope maybe they'll jump up and chat with you and see how you might connect a little bit with our staff, all right? Go right ahead.
Katie, and if I could, Katie, before you start, if I could also call forward Susan Sayer, Laura T., Avram Grossman, Private Chavez, and Wendy Williams.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Katie Reyes, and I'm lucky enough to call Irvine home. It's no secret that Irvine has this almost indescribable quality that sets it apart from other cities. A large part of this greatness comes from all of our open spaces, but these preserved areas also present a risk for wildfire. In the past, Irvine has successfully utilized goat grazing as a natural fire prevention method. The last few summers, in Bomber Canyon, for example, goats have helped reduce the risk of wildfire by eating dry vegetation and brush, and have also helped restore the canyon's natural habitat. I'm aware that Council has already helped bring back these prevention methods in the past, but it's essential that we continue these efforts now, especially that the hottest and driest months are approaching. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Irvine. Thank you.
And thank you for your comments. My goodness, we're getting so many thoughtful, constructive comments tonight. Welcome, Ms. Sayer.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Susan Sayer. I've lived in Irvine over 45 years now, and I'm working to improve our democratic process is one of my passions. I am thrilled about placing ranked choice voting on the ballot. It will serve to further enhance our democratic process by making our elections the most accurate representation of the will of our Irvine voters. Irvine can take yet another step towards improving our democratic process by supporting public financing of political campaigns, as it will reduce campaign costs and reduce candidates' dependence upon special interest financing. Public financing of political campaigns would thus allow more people to afford to run for public office and would serve to reduce special interest influence in city government business. Currently, there is a statutory ban on public financing of political campaigns, which one of November's ballot initiatives is proposing to eliminate. However, the current ban exempts charter cities. Irvine is a charter city and thus is free to create a public financing of political campaign program. There are a number of California charter cities that have created public financing of campaign programs, such as Berkeley, Long Beach, Oakland, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. We all have been watching our national. Pardon me?
Just, if you would just finish your sentence, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping that Irvine can accomplish this goal by placing both ranked choice voting and public financing on our November ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Laura?
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and members of the community. My name is Laura Theme, and Irvine has been my home since 2015 with my daughter. Since 22, I lost parents, full-time salary, and I became subject to a dependency court case unexpectedly that has caused an extended displacement crisis for my family. And most importantly, I've been unable to verify independently the well-being of my daughter for over 1 year. That's substantial. Today, I respectfully request an emergency stabilization grant through iCare and other organizations, nonprofits, through the HMIS system for an immediate stabilization grant of $25,000. That would cover 90-day hotel voucher system, which does not exist as of today. I've already negotiated a 25% discount rate with a hotel that I won't mention publicly, but I have that a contract, and it's already been presented to iCare. Second, I request $250 a month in gas, tolls, and other assistance. And third, I request immediate collaboration with the city, law enforcement, and the Orange County Sheriff's digital forensics groups to work with multiple police departments because there are multiple crimes involved. I ask for that assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps somebody from our staff can be in touch with you this evening, all right?
I'll say one last thing. Grief is not a mental illness. Just remember that.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Grossman?
Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, Chief Kent, and staff. Many of you see me before on this podium. Several years ago, I stood to advocate for responsible backyard beekeeping. Working with the City Council, that we adopted, or you adopted, a sensible beekeeping ordinance. Tonight, I'm here to discuss another animal-related issue, the city's leash and nuisance animal ordinance and how they are being enforced. Let me be clear, dangerous dogs, aggressive behavior, and animals running loose in our neighborhood should absolutely be addressed. Public safety must always come first. However, the current ordinance appears to leave little room for common sense or officer discretion. A dog could be considered off-leash even when they're standing quietly by the side of its owner under full voice control, posing no threat to anybody, even at 4 in the morning in a park near your house or in front of your house. A person may receive a citation for briefly releasing the leash to untangle it from the dog's leg or to avoid a hazardous situation. I have been cited for 6 such occurrences. The ordinance makes little distinction between a well-trained dog calmly sitting next to its owner or a dog running uncontrolled through a park or neighborhood. There's also an issue about complaints and enforcement. Today, a single phone call.
Just finish your thought briefly, if you would.
I'll just come to the chase. Irvine has earned a reputation as a thoughtful, progressive, and compassionate city. I respectfully ask the City Council to review these ordinances and consider whether they are appropriately distinguish between a responsible dog ownership and conduct that truly threatens public safety.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments.
Young Marine Private Chavez.
Welcome.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Gran and Irvine City Council staff. My name is Young Marine Private Chavez, and I'd like to talk to you about the MCAS Testing Young Marines. We are more than just a youth group. We are a leadership program for boys and girls ages 8 through high school, where you will learn leadership, physical fitness, and how to live a drug-free, healthy lifestyle. Our program focuses on 3 pillars: leadership, teamwork, and discipline. Through rigorous recruit training and ongoing training, participants learn the Young Marine obligation, which emphasizes leading by example and living with integrity in a world full of distractions. The MCAS Testing Unit instills the Marine Corps' fundamental values: honor, courage, and commitment. By embracing these values, along with the core principles of our program, participants can achieve success in anything. As the official youth drug prevention program of the United States Marine Corps, the MCAS Testing Young Marines also promote a healthy drug-free lifestyle among their peers. They're not just youths, they are the responsible American citizens that our future requires. The city of Irvine serves as an ideal training ground of these young leaders. Some places our unit has gone to visit is the Great Park, where we have gone out of 22 parks in Irvine for practicing teamwork, physical fitness, and endurance. There is a direct link between this program and the city of Irvine's commitment to the health youth become the leaders of tomorrow. The accountability and discipline learned
Thank you. Your time is up.
Just finish your thought, if you would.
The accountability and discipline learned at the MCAS testing are the same traits that drive local businesses to thrive, whether it's small startup or a global headquarters. The city of Irvine succeeds youth initiatives. It is one of the best cities in Orange County for pursuing initiative and enjoying a fulfilling lifestyle, thanks to its investment in people. By supporting the MCAS Testing Young Marines, you ensure that the future leaders of the community are spreading and are ready to lead. Thank you for being part of a city that values the same thing we do. Young Marines is a 500(c)(3) nonprofit. Please visit youngmarines.org. Semper Fidelis.
Thank you. If you would leave information about the group and its solicitations and so forth with our city clerk or our staff, we'd appreciate that. Thank you for the good work you do.
Wendy Williams, and if I could also call forward Mark Lowry, Shaylee C., Joanne Slobodian, Jeff Williams, and Heidi.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Wendy Williams, and tonight I'm here to respectfully ask the board to consider including the sport of archery as part of the athletic and recreational opportunities offered at the Great Park. Archery is a unique and highly inclusive sport that can be enjoyed by people of many ages, backgrounds, and physical abilities. It teaches focus, discipline, patience, responsibility, safety, and confidence. Unlike many sports that depend heavily on speed, size, or physical contact, archery allows participants to develop at their own pace while still being a part of a supportive and competitive athletic environment. It is also a sport that can serve youth, adults, families, adaptive athletes, beginners, and elite competitors. As a parent of an Olympic archer, I have seen firsthand how archery can positively shape a young person's life. My son, Jack Williams, who is an archery Olympian and world champion, is a former Irvine student who attended Stone Creek, Lakeside, and Woodbridge High School and excelled not only in athletics, but in academics. The Great Park is already known for a place for innovation, athletics, education, and community engagement. Adding archery would create another meaningful space for the Olympic sport to grow along other sports already supported in Irvine and the surrounding region, such as swimming, hockey, ice hockey, soccer, volleyball, basketball, and tennis. Archery would complement...
Your time is up.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciated.
Mark Lowry.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Mark Lowry, representing the Orange County Food Bank, and here to publicly thank the Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County for their support during the recent hazmat incident in Garden Grove. Our food bank was located within the evacuation area, so all of our food and assets were trapped where we couldn't access them. Second Harvest was generous enough to invite us in to operate out of their food bank until we could access our building again. So we spent that holiday weekend directing all of our deliveries to be delivered to Second Harvest, borrowed food from the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank and San Diego Food Bank, and the state of California provided emergency resources as well. That Tuesday morning, Second Harvest welcomed us into their conference room, set up computers for us, and even provided us lunch. So it was an absolute model of collaboration. It's exactly how a disaster response should work. We wanted to publicly thank them and remind the council as well what a gem you have in the city of Irvine in the Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County and Claudia Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry, and thanks for all the great work you do.
Ms. Shaley.
Welcome.
Good evening, respected Mayor Agron and City Council members. My name is Shaylee Chudasama. I'm a student at Portola High School, and for the past 3 years, I've owned and operated my own small business called L'Ocherie Macarons right here in our community. Through running my business, I've learned skills that go far beyond selling a product, like customer relations, budgeting, and resilience. These are valuable life skills, yet many students don't have the opportunity to learn them until much later. Middle school is a critical time in a young person's development. It is when students begin exploring their interests, developing confidence, and imagining their future careers. Yet many students have little exposure to the practical skills needed to succeed in today's economy, such as financial literacy, leadership, and innovation. That realization inspired me to create Startup Stars, an entrepreneurship program designed specifically for middle school students. This year, I piloted the Inspiring program at Beacon Park Middle School, where students learned how to identify opportunities and create budgets and present their ideas and their businesses. I concluded the program with the student marketplace, and the response from students, families, and the community was remarkable. I provided the City Council with my Startup Stars workbook, which has served as a classroom resource and practical guide that supports students as they transform their ideas into real projects and concepts. This effort is also aligned with California's recent push to strengthen financial literacy education. I respectfully ask the City Council to explore partnerships with schools, local businesses, and community organizations to support programs like Startup Stars. I would like to collaborate with you to expand my program through workshops, after-school programs, mentorship opportunities, and youth business competitions across our county. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to supporting the success of our youth.
And thank you very much for your comments. Thank you.
Joanne Slobodian.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you all. Elie Wiesel said, "Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." The letter before you was sent on June 10th and again on June 11th to the City Council, City staff, the Planning Department, and the City Clerk's office. As of tonight, I have not received a response. In January, residents were told the Oak Creek easement could not be accepted because the Irvine Company's position was the 75% compensatory development threshold under 88-1 had not been met. Sorry, I thought you guys got it already. Then on June 4th, Ashley Urub's response to Public Records Act request 450-689-8 stated there were no responsive records showing how the 75% threshold is defined, calculated, or applied, what constitutes 100% compensatory development, whether the threshold has been met, or why the Oak Creek easement has not been accepted. So how is the threshold being tracked? How is it being verified? And how does the city know the easement should be or should not be accepted? Those are the questions the city should answer correctly now. Residents should not have to rely on Irvine Company to explain when a voter-approved easement becomes enforceable. The city should know. Yet, now we are told an easement provided by the city recently. Is it the same easement offered in January, or has it been modified, revised, or replaced? Silence encourages the developer's narrative and torments the residents seeking answers. Please answer my questions.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments.
Jeff Williams.
Welcome.
Thank you, council members. Just a little bit about myself. I've been part of the Irvine community for over 50 years when my parents first bought their first home in Irvine over 50 years ago. My son grew up here. As my wife said, he became an Olympian. And with that, we are hopeful that the Great Park Board and the City Council consider adding archery. What I provided for you is just a quick sketch of where I see great potential for an archery range, right next to that parking lot that currently has all the RVs. At the present moment, the U.S. men's recurve team, which my son is a part of, is currently ranked #2 in the world. So assuming they continue at that pace, they will be favorites for a medal at the Olympics. So having an Irvine resident, or former Irvine resident, he moved to Chula Vista, but a former Irvine resident on the medal stand would be a great thing for Irvine, and having an archery range for him to come home to would be even better. So with that, I ask with sincerity to help make archery part of the Great Park.
Thank you for your comments. Let me just, Mr. Crumby, if we have somebody from the Great Park here, we have the chairman here at the dais, but if we have somebody on staff to maybe talk about the matter of archery and its possibilities at the Great Park.
We do. I'm happy to connect them right now.
Please do. All right?
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Heidi, and if I could also call forward Jason Garshfield, Cynthia, Kate Zhu, and Dan Gabay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, councils. I want to bring up some issues that I've been seeing in my neighborhood. There are several things, safety issues. We have an unsecured construction site that is very dangerous and has wide open gaps and little cracks that any child can walk into. The second floor has been built, and so now a child can just fall off that second floor. So I'm really concerned about that. I've brought that to the attention of the vice mayor, and he has addressed it, and he's followed up, but I'm just concerned that this is taking so long. I've also reached out to HOA leadership, and with how progressive our city is, that this could even be an issue is shocking. And I'll send you pictures of it, but it looks like a haunted house. Actually, it looks like it's been ravaged. And then I also wanted to bring up some crumbling trails with the resurfaced streets that we've been discussing, that's been on the agenda recently. We have these trailways that are completely crumbled. There's a gentleman with a walker, he's elderly, and I see him trudging through it. I've reached out to several officials, and no one has responded, including Public Works, and they were just praised, and I don't see why.
Your time is up.
is there any oversight with these groups? I mean, you'll spend all this time praising them, but why isn't there any oversight?
Well,
There's several other things I couldn't get to, but
thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Let me put you in touch with somebody from our staff tonight and see if your concerns can be pursued. All right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. So I wanted to take a minute with what little of a public platform this gives me to ask everyone to think for a moment about the people of Iran who have once again been used as a political pawn and then cast away by self-indulgent world leaders. And I did watch the UFC spectacle at the White House, and this performative masculinity, this macho sort of tough guy posturing. And the next day I read an article in The Atlantic about Sam Afshari, a 17-year-old boy who went out in the protests on January 8th and was shot, wounded, taken to the hospital, and then finished off. And so that 17-year-old boy has more masculine virtue in his little finger than every single person involved with that UFC spectacle. With what little time I have left, I'd like to suggest building a statue of James Irvine. I know there's something at the Great Park. I think maybe we should put something outside of City Hall because Irvine doesn't have a whole lot of heritage, a whole lot of history behind it, but James Irvine was an admirable figure, and I think that putting a statue of him there could provide a good example to Irvine residents.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Cynthia here? Cynthia? Okay, Kate?
Welcome.
Hi, I'm actually with Cynthia. My name is Kate. I'm an entrepreneur who chose to come to Irvine because of its reputation as one of the safest, most transparent, and business-friendly cities in America. I'm here today to raise concerns regarding alleged visa fraud, unauthorized immigration consulting activities, and potential financial misconduct associated with Motorola Consulting LLC, located at Suites 340, 2020 Main Street, Irvine. Based on information and documentation available to me, these allegations may involve millions of dollars in transactions and raise serious concerns regarding consumer fraud, fraudulent documentations, potential tax-related violations, financial deception, and other potential financial crimes. This should not be viewed merely as a civil dispute. If substantiated, such conduct could affect not only individual victims, but also community safety, public trust, and Irvine's reputation as a lawful and trusted place to live and do business. Many immigrants and families invest their life savings and place their trust in individuals claiming professional expertise. If that trust is abused, the financial and personal consequences may be devastating. I respectfully request that the Irvine Police Department and the appropriate federal and state authorities review any credible allegations and determine whether a formal investigation is warranted. Protecting consumers, preventing financial crime, and preserving Irvine's reputation should remain a priority of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. If you have any materials you wish to leave with the clerk and with the city, feel free to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dan?
Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, everyone. Last session I was here. I told you my name is Dan Gabay. I bought the condo at number 4 Lake Knoll. I was very fortunate to get this condo. It is right on the North Lake path, you know, the path that goes around. I look out at the lake. However, I am rarely outside because my neighbor smokes cigars on his balcony. The smoke comes straight over. Thank you. I was so grateful for the people you put me in touch with, including Sean Cumbry and Mike Carroll. I'm tremendously grateful for the amount of people and the support that I received. However, I learned that because of how the city's municipal code was crafted, written, and interpreted, the term multi-unit housing is somewhat ambiguous. And for people like me that have an attached unit next to a smoker, effectively, that municipal code says, sorry. Sorry. We support the right of that smoker to smoke all they want. We do not support your right to just have fresh air come in your window. I ask that the city considers re-looking at that definition of multi-unit housing to include everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is telephone number 348. 348, you may unmute your mic. Can you hear us? Our next speaker is Don Geller. Mr. Geller, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Council members, Vice Mayor. Don Geller, Chair of the Finance Commission, but speaking only for myself. When the Great Park is included, the Council makes decisions involving hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Some of these actions, including past decisions, will be discussed later this evening. As I have done numerous times in the past, I would like to remind the Council that the Finance Commission is ready, willing, and able to provide guidance and recommendations on these matters. As you know, many financial items are not routinely brought to the Commission for discussion, but the Council does have the authority to place matters on the Finance Commission's agenda, including those that pertain to the Great Park. The Council simply has to ask. Let me also remind the Council that the Commission bylaws state that the primary purpose of all advisory bodies is to provide judicious advice to the City Council. Unfortunately, the Finance Commission has only met 5 times this year, with more meetings canceled than held due to a lack of agenda items. That's difficult to understand given the number and scale of financial matters that come before the Council. Please consider using all of your commissions when making decisions, especially the Finance Commission, for matters pertaining to revenue and expenses. We are currently being underutilized, and we can provide the advice and judicious guidance that is part of our charter.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Max. Max, you may unmute your mic.
Another 2 weeks have gone by, and we still have not heard anything about accepting the easement offer. As I understand, the offer has been with the city since December 2025, and it still has not been signed. For those who may not be aware, this offer has an expiration date, and if the city continues to stay silent on this issue, Irvine could lose its leverage and miss this opportunity. But I also found interesting that ranked choice voting has suddenly become the city's top priority, even though all of you previously voted to let the people of Irvine decide the future of Oak Creek through a ballot measure. Just to remind you again, you voted on August 12, 2025 to bring this issue back in early 2026. We are in June right now. The question is when. I also find interesting that even inflated city staff could not answer a simple question about easement threshold. So 2 simple questions. Sign the easement offer. And second, deliver the ballot measure, as you promised, to the voters of Irvine. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 late requests via Zoom. I'll defer to you as to whether or not to take those speakers.
Yes, why don't you go ahead? The queue is closed, though. These will be the final 2 speakers, correct?
Yes, correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mayor Agron, council members, Eric Nishanian. I wanted to let the record reflect that last meeting, June 9th, council had ordered on May 12th for a report about the Great Park budget, and Larry specifically wanted to know with regard to the feasibility of the Armenian Genocide Memorial, that being put in place as scheduled in 2028. I didn't hear anything about whether or not that was going to happen last council meeting as requested by Larry. I also want to give a DE update. The commission meeting for June has been canceled. That is now 3 of 6 for the year 2026. That's 50% of the meetings that have been canceled. And then I want to go back to Juneteenth. That was Emil Carr Aaron and Jamaica Green, who are part of, they lead BIPOC Equity OC. Emil Carr Aaron and Jamaica Green are contributors or donors to the campaign of Ms. Martinez, and then they turned around and gave an award to former Mayor Khan, who was also a contributor to Betty Martinez Franco. Are these the only two black people in Orange County and Irvine? Because they seem to be recycled over and over again. It's either them or it's the head of the NAACPOC, or it's Bobby McDonald, who also got an award. It just seems like you guys don't know any black people, so you just use the same people over and over again. I mean, she didn't even bring up Larry Napers, who's part of the DEI committee. Oh, yeah. And Betty and...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 971. 971, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members. My name is Jess, and I have lived in Irvine for 34 years. I just wanted to speak for 1 minute about the importance of scouting in America. Scouting matters because it gives young people something steady. It teaches service, responsibility, teamwork, and respect in a way that's not just talked about, but actually practiced. And that matters in a community like ours. We need young people who understand what it means to help, to lead, to listen, and to show up when something needs to be done. Scouting also connects families, neighborhoods, schools, and civic life. It gives kids a place to build confidence, learn practical skills, and see that being part of something larger than yourself is a good thing. So my closing thought is simple. Communities should recognize and support scouting because it helps build the kind of citizens every city needs. Thank you, Council. Don't say too late tonight. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you to all those citizens who offered their thoughts and comments this afternoon. With that, we move on to the city manager's report. I'd like to call on Mr. Crumby at this time to give us that city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Two very brief and quick items tonight. The first one, I'm really excited for a quick announcement, and that is that to emphasize that yesterday it was announced that Daisy Chain Fields, a new music festival founded by Olivia Rodrigo, produced by C3 Presents, will debut at the Great Park on August 29th. This is really a significant moment for our city of Irvine. The festival is expected to welcome 45,000 guests, up to 45,000 guests, and feature an extraordinary lineup of women-led artists, including Olivia Rodrigo, Stevie Nicks, Sarah McLachlan, and many more. Daisy Chain Fields Festival comes during what has already been really an incredible season, or a lot of momentum for the Great Park. With our U.S. men's national team selecting it as the home for training during the FIFA World Cup. Daisy Chain Fields is another example of a world-class sports entertainment, cultural, and community experience in the Great Park. The city is working closely with C3, public safety, traffic, and operations to minimize impacts to all of the surrounding neighborhoods and ensure residents receive clear information in advance of the event. Second announcement is just a brief update from our esteemed police chief on immigration enforcement.
Thank you, City Manager Crumby. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. There is no reportable action. There have been no ICE or Border Patrol enforcement since I last reported on this same item at the last council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Crumby. I trust we're really staffing up for parking control and guidance as we create this venue for what will be a very major event.
I think we've really learned a lot from some of the previous events, and our entire staff from multiple departments is partnering with C3, and we're going to do everything we can to ensure that this event is successfully executed.
Thank you very much. At this time, we move on to announcements, committee reports, council reports. This is an opportunity for members of the City Council to very briefly describe activities that they've been engaged in, assignments and tasks that have been undertaken, and share those with their colleagues and the larger Irvine community. I have two requests here, one from Councilmember Liu, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Liu, would you like to go first?
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to share some updates and upcoming events from our office. Next one, please. Okay. On Thursday and Friday of this coming week, Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District will be performing a drone applied treatment of the UCI March. This application is a preventative measure to reduce mosquito populations and help lower the risk of mosquito-borne diseases. Next slide, please. Last week, we hosted our District 1 Project and Development Town Hall at Portola Springs Community Park. Residents heard directly from city staff on city projects and had a chance to ask questions. Next one, please. On June 12th, our office hosted our second annual Flag Day ceremony on the City Hall lawn, where we presented American flags to local veterans who have also contributed to our community. Next, please. Last week, our office hosted 2 watch parties at Great Park Live. 10 more family-friendly watch parties have been added to the Great Park Live calendar. Next, please. Last Saturday, I joined our team at I'm sorry, what is it? No, this is not it. I'm sorry, Bomber Canyon. I joined Assemblymember Cotty Petrie-Norris at Bomber Canyon to learn about the native plant restoration effort. Thank you to Assemblymember Petrie-Norris for bringing $1 million of state funding. Next one, please. Last Saturday, I joined our team at Heritage Park to read at their story time. It was fun to connect with young families and be part of fostering early literacy. And the next one, please. This Saturday, June 27th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., our office is hosting the Older Adults Resource Fair, a free event that includes workshops, resource tables, and activities to promote well-being and community engagement. Next, please. On July 1st, we are partnering with the American Red Cross for a blood drive from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Quail Hill Community Center. Every unit saves up to 3 lives. Please consider donating, and you get a Looney Tune T-shirt. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have a few quick updates to share from my office tonight. Next slide. Thank you to BIPOC OC Orange County for bringing the OC Juneteenth Freedom Celebration back to the Great Park for its 5th year. This special community gathering centered on freedom, history, and culture with music, dance, food, and cultural exhibits. I enjoy spending the day with the residents, community leaders, and partners who help make this celebration so meaningful. Next slide. My office is partnering with Tree of New America to distribute free groceries to community members in need. Bring a reusable bag and join us this Saturday, June 27, from 3 to 5 p.m. in the parking lot of Rancho Senior Center. Food will be available on a first-come, first-served basis. Next slide. Next month, my office will be hosting a free e-bike safety training for middle school students and their parents. This event will take place Saturday, July 25th, here at City Hall, and will include training led by the Irvine Police Department, hands-on e-bike track practice, a safety panel for parents, and helpful safety resources. I will be sharing more details soon about how you can register and take advantage of this free opportunity. And on that hand, I didn't put it here, but if you haven't checked out, we just launched our e-bike pilot program here in District 5, and the e-bikes are available now for rent outside City Hall, so take advantage of them. We wrote them to UCI, and they're fantastic. Just be careful out there. And next is, you can stay connected to all things District 5 by following me on social media. Next slide. You can also stay up to date by subscribing to my monthly newsletter. My office is always available to assist, so please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, we'll turn to Councilmember Carroll.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add to what our city manager was saying about this amazing music festival that's just been announced. Irvine is really coming to its being from such a small village with a few people that was a community that grew up around the amazing University of California Irvine institution that was placed here in the 1960s to the thriving, amazing mega city that it is with 318,000 residents. As planners and leaders, we notice these things that kind of rise up the status and the image of Irvine as an amazing place. And we've talked a lot about the awards that we win, like the Councilmember Lou talked this morning at our Gateway Village opening about the fact that we're the second best park system, only because the first best park system is Washington, D.C. And Councilmember Lou is right, we're never going to win that one, so we'll take number 2. If you drive the freeways, you know that there's this massive sign in Los Alamitos as you leave Long Beach, and it doesn't say, it says a city/San Diego, and that city is Irvine, is a massive sign. When you watch the weather with the Los Angeles-based news stations, the weather person has a graphic behind them, and when they go to Orange County, it's not Santa Ana, it's not Anaheim, it's Irvine's weather. Well, we're going to roll the Today Show because this is what happened, and listen very closely to the end of this clip of who doesn't know about Irvine and who does. Tom, roll it.
Next up, guys, we're going to move on to Olivia Rodrigo. Is what?
Yes. His cousin is Lenny.
Oh, I know. He's connected. 6 degrees of Al. 6 degrees. Yesterday, Olivia mentioning her new album is making history. The Grammy winner is not slowing down anytime soon. Olivia announcing that she's putting on her very own music festival. It's going to be called Daisy Chain Fields, and it's got a stacked all-female lineup that includes her friends Chapel Roan, Cat's Eye, and Doechii. Other guests are going to be Sarah McLachlan, Karen O of the Yeah Yeahs, and Stevie Nicks. Wow, that is a mix right there. This? Olivia also noted in the announcement that all the net proceeds from the festival will go towards charities dedicated to advocating for women. You can mark your calendars. It is all happening August 29th in Irvine, California.
Should we take a road trip? Where's Irvine? Should we take a road trip?
It's Orange County, just south of LAX.
Got it. Far. Maybe we road trip it.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're sort of on the map. Some of us get Irvine, some of us don't, but today's show was sort of the preview of what we're going to see in about 60 days. So we're really excited. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, staff team. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll, for your announcements. With that, we'll turn to Vice Mayor James Amai.
Thank you, Mayor. I see a member of the audience who spoke earlier. I'd like to recognize him. Mark Lowry, if you can come down here real fast, just want to, or you can just stand up. You don't have to come all the way down here. But I know that you came here and you wanted to recognize Claudia and the Second Harvest Food Bank. One of the things that I think a lot of us and a lot of the community doesn't realize that your food bank and OC Food Bank is actually the provider for the city of Irvine. And somehow the food bank in Garden Grove is servicing the residents of Irvine and the needs of Irvine nonprofits as well. People don't know that. It's just something happened in the 70s and 80s, and it got gerrymandered somehow, and you guys are taking care of us. Not a lot of people know that. So, I really want to recognize your efforts in taking care of the nonprofits, the seniors, the homebound seniors, and those that are in need in the city of Irvine. So thank you very much. I know that you came here recognizing somebody else, but I'd like to personally recognize you for your efforts in taking care of our city as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mai. With that, I have a few announcements to make regarding citywide matters. In recognition of Independence Day and the historic America 250 commemoration, the city's annual Field of Valor will be on display for the entire month of July, from July 1st through July 31st on the Irvine Civic Center lawn, right out in front here, extending this meaningful tribute for the community to experience throughout the entire month. This powerful tribute features American flags sponsored by community members in honor or in memory of veterans, active duty service members, and fallen heroes. Sponsorship submissions are being accepted through Wednesday, June 24th. The Field of Valor is one of several ways our community can come together to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. We look forward to commemorating this milestone in our nation's history with patriotic scavenger hunts and crafts, our Park and Recreation Month Challenge, a special Wilderness Access Day in Bomber Canyon, and much more. For a list of America 250 activities, visit cityofirvine.gov/America250. Next, with summer in full swing, I'd like to remind our community about some simple but important water safety tips. Use a U.S. Coast Guard approved life jacket to help support safer water play for non-swimmers. Always supervise children near water by designating a responsible adult as a water watcher. Use barriers like pool fences, covers, and alarms to prevent unsupervised access. Take swimming classes and learn CPR to ensure safety and a fast response in emergencies. I want to also invite you to join us on Friday, July 10th, at William Willett Jr. Aquatic Center for the city's largest group swim lesson, a special event that focuses on drowning prevention and awareness. Check-in begins at 5:30 p.m. Lessons start at 6 p.m. Stay for free recreation swimming that includes a water slide, giant inflatables, and diving boards. At dusk, Shark Tale plays on the big screen. Now, I haven't seen that, but it doesn't sound to me like it'll attract people to jump in the water. Nevertheless, Shark Tale will be playing on the big screen. Families attending the Super Swim lesson will also have the opportunity to participate in our floaty exchange program, swapping inflatable and dangerous water devices for U.S. Coast Guard approved life jackets for non-swimmers. And finally, let me just also say this event is for ages 3 and older. For recreation swim, children 6 and younger must be accompanied by an adult one-on-one in the water. Lifeguards will be on duty. Registration is required at your Irvine, Y-O-U-R, Irvine.org. And finally, the community is invited to the Irvine Fine Arts Center's premier juried exhibition entitled Irvine Annual, opening Saturday, July 11th, with a free opening reception from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. The exhibition features more than 70 participating regional and national artists whose work spans a range of mediums, including painting, photography, fiber, and mixed media. This year's jury includes artist and curator Stephen Anderson, painter and arts organizer Virginia Bursma, and curator Cecilia Caro of Angels Gate Cultural Center. I want to, on behalf of all of us, offer congratulations to each of the artists selected for this year's exhibition, and we, of course, hope you'll join us in viewing their work. To learn more, visit artsinirvine.org/Irvine Annual. And I believe that concludes our announcements, allowing us to move on to additions and deletions. Mr. Crumby, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda tonight?
None that I know of.
There being none, we'll move on to the balance of our agenda. Now, at this time, we do some procedural fancy dancing here that is simply a way of conducting business at the Great Park. At the same time, we conduct council business, so we create a joint meeting that requires certain procedural steps. So at this time, I'd like us to convene to the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board and ask our city clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Chairman Go. Councilmember Director Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Here. With that, I think we now move directly to the consent calendar. The consent calendar tonight, which is the City Council and Great Park Board. I want to get this straight, Mr. Peterson. Would you introduce the consent calendar tonight of item 1.1 for our consideration?
Absolutely, Mayor. And what you can do, you actually have two consent calendars before you. The first consists of one item, which is item 1.1 for the City Council. And then you have a second consent calendar that's a combined City Council and Great Park Board, which consists of item numbers 2.1 through 2.5.
All right. Why don't we take those together? Incidentally, do we have any requests from citizens to be heard on the consent calendar?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
Well, we'll take those consent calendar items together. And at this time, because they're consent calendar items, we can entertain a motion to adopt tonight's joint meeting consent calendars. Also move. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember and Vice Mayor James Mai, and board member as well. With that, and with no public comment, I think, unless there's comment from the dais, there being none, at this time, we'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That takes us now to public hearings. Item 3. Would the clerk please identify this item for council consideration, at which time I'll open the public hearing. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is item 3.1, which is a joint public hearing with the Great Park Board. It's Great Park Parking System Award of Contract and Policy Direction.
Thank you. This being a public hearing, I will now declare the public hearing open, and we will turn to our city staff and Great Park staff and ask them to introduce themselves if they would.
Good evening, Great Park Board and City Council. My name is Stephanie Takigawa, and I'm a Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. With me today is our Director of Great Parks, Steve Torelli, and staff is presenting the recommended contract award for the implementation of a parking management system at the Great Park, as well as a proposed parking policy related fees for consideration. By way of background, in 2024, staff engaged Walker Consultants to provide a comprehensive parking study and evaluate opportunities to improve parking operations, visitor experience, and long-term parking management at the Great Park. The study identified several strategies to better manage parking demands and support future growth. Based on these findings, on August 12, 2025, the Great Park Board directed staff to proceed with developing a parking program and release a request for proposals. Staff subsequently developed and released a comprehensive RFP in February 2026, seeking a qualified vendor to design, install, operate, and maintain an integrated parking access and revenue control system. The proposed parking program is intended to support both current operations and long-term development at the Great Park. The key objectives include improving parking utilization, increasing parking availability and turnover, enhancing visitor experience by making parking more convenient, predictable, and efficient, and generated revenue through the program will support ongoing operations and maintenance. The program establishes a scalable framework that can accommodate future growth as additional amenities, attractions are developed through the park. Following the competitive procurement process, Parking Concepts, Inc. was identified as the highest rated proposer. The evaluation team considered qualifications, technical capabilities, experience, operational approach, and overall value to the city. Parking Concepts proposes a fully integrated parking access and revenue control system, along with on-site maintenance service and remote customer service support. For the initial term, the proposed contract to implement the system within the existing parking lots is $1,083,377. The proposed system includes several technologies designed to improve convenience and operational efficiencies. These features include gateless parking lot entrance and exits with license plate recognition that will automate vehicle entry and exit functions while reducing reliance on physical permits. Visitors will have access to multiple mobile payment options, allowing them to pay for parking quickly and conveniently from their phones. Payment kiosks will also be made available for those who do not wish to pay using their phones. The system also supports advanced reservation and permit capabilities, providing flexibility for special events, tournaments, and recurring users. Real-time parking management tools will also allow staff to monitor occupancy levels and manage parking resources more effectively. Lastly, customer service support will be available to assist visitors with parking-related questions and issues through a phone number posted on the payment kiosk, as well as signage throughout the parking lots. This map identifies the parking lots included in the proposed parking program. In this initial phase, the contract award includes only the parking lots highlighted in the dark blue, which consist of 4,419 parking spaces. The pink and the light blue lots are for future developments. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Steve for the parking policy and related fees portion.
Thank you, Stephanie. The purpose of the policy, as Stephanie was stating, is to meet those objectives of streamlining parking, facilitate distribution, and provide real-time parking. As you may remember from last August, I went over that we do have enough capacity within the existing park, but they're not always in the right places. And so we're in some ways trying to manipulate that to get people to where they need to go and drive a little bit of parking behavior, also to reduce dependency on future parking. So this in total is trying to do that. It's also going to provide real-time parking occupancy. So part of this is putting up those parking lot counters like you'd see at some of our larger shopping centers in town, so that when people come into the park, they know if Lot 2 has spots available or if Lot 6 or 7, which will help guide them to the correct place a little bit faster and hopefully reduce some delays getting to their places. The parking policy really has three kind of key policy pieces to it. First is standard parking, or what we'd call the table rate, and those are your standard rates that would be charged based on which parking lot, what day of the week, times of days, and whether or not it's a special event or not. Those are pretty straightforward, and I'll get to that table in just a moment. The second is a resident parking. So we spent a lot of time doing outreach, both with our consultants, with the community. Obviously, when I was back to you in February with the Great Park budget, the Great Park residents pay about 52% of the current operating costs of the Great Park. So it is only right we felt that they should have the benefit of resident parking discount of at least the 4 hours per day. And City of Irvine residents would also get a deal slightly lesser with 4 hours at half that price with a permit. And the reason for the permit is we do need to verify utility bill and vehicle registration to make sure we don't have people trying to abuse this to kind of game the system. The third piece of the policy is special events and tournaments. So we have concerts out there with Great Park Live. We have our friends and neighbors with OC Soccer who have been great partners over the years. We may need to negotiate some special parking deals with them for their game days. They have season ticket holders, they do advanced sales, and in order to accommodate those and not have them kind of grouped into the other parking rates, it might be simpler. There also might be some cost efficiencies with enforcement, some other things to do those. So we'd ask for permission to do those special policies as they come up for special events and group parking. So on the resident, there's two permit programs, as I was discussing. One is for Great Park residents. Those are those people really within Planning Area 52, that's the old Marine base. They're the folks in the Great Park CFD, the Melrose District. Their special tax dollars have paid to build the park. Their special tax dollars are being paid to maintain the park on an annual basis going forward. The thought there is that they should not pay any more to get those 4 hours of free parking. And so there would be no charge for their annual permit cost. They would have to update that again so that we don't have people trying to beat the system, but we would get them those 4 hours a day. And just as a little side note as to how we kind of landed on the 4 hours and talking with our consultants and the parking management company, if you do unlimited, your parking lots can end up turning into a parking garage for folks that just want to store vehicles there, and we certainly wouldn't want to encourage that at the park. Secondly, for Irvine residents, we recognize a very important part of our community. Though the general fund does not now and has never supported the Great Park, we wanted to make sure they are certainly great users of the Great Park, and therefore we wanted to make some recommendation that made them a little more whole in this process and allowed them a little bit easier access. The staff has also looked at a few alternatives if council should desire that we can discuss at the appropriate time. There is an annual permit cost for that. Again, there's a cost for the parking management company to actually evaluate this data, get them registered in the system. The plan would be, this is kind of the estimate of the cost, is as we know what the true costs are, it's likely going to lower that estimated cost, and we would pass that on to the consumer once those costs are fully known. This is that baseline table rate, and again, really trying to meet those metrics that we talked about at the beginning of the presentation. Monday through Thursday daytime, park is not heavily used. We don't want to discourage people from being out there walking their dog, taking a jog, picnicking, and we don't really have a lot of demands on those lots at those times. And so to try putting in a parking fee plus enforcement on it didn't make a lot of sense based on the current usage we're seeing. So the thought was to start that usage as the park starts to pick up at about 4 p.m. Monday through Thursday with the in-demand lots, which are the smaller lots with a little bit of a higher rate, and the larger lots with a little bit of a lower rate. And the logic there is to kind of incentivize people to go to those lots where we have a lot more inventory and try to reduce that traffic. That logic, by the way, passes through the entire table. So Friday through Sunday, it's the same idea. You pay $1 more to park in some of the closer lots, $1 less to park in some that are further away but considerably larger. Special events, the two fees that you see there are for if you purchase pre-sale or if you purchase on site. Obviously, there's some efficiency. If we can get people to reserve on site, it helps us gauge how many people we're going to have come in. It also helps us expedite them into the park. And then tournament fees, because those tournaments are those high demand things. I would also highlight that third piece of the policy, we may be working with those tournament organizers that might want to do some special rates for those or put those as part of the tournament costs. One other piece on this that I've become aware of is there's a little bit of a misconception about the 4-hour maximum. And a lot of people seem to think that that means that 4 hours they have to move their car, get out of the lot. That's at 4 hours we stop charging them. So if you're there for 8 hours, we're not going to continue charging you $3 an hour for 8 hours and get you to $24. You're going to be at the $12 position if I'm doing my math correctly. And then there's also some transaction types and associated fees. Just for transparency, we're showing these. These are not charged to the consumers. The consumers are paying either the table rate, the special event rate, or the negotiated rate. These are the pass-through fees that end up coming off of that gross revenue that go to our parking contractor, and these are pretty comparable within the market. And again, if you fail to pay the parking fees or misuse permits, our Irvine Police Department would be doing the enforcement in those lots after the grace period. So the next steps, if approved this evening, we would finalize and execute that contract with Parking Concepts. That would probably be done in the next week or two. It takes a little bit of time to get all the insurance and documentation. That would start the clock to getting ready to implement all of the hardware that needs to be done, get the software ready to go. Would also work with them and our communications and engagement team to begin the public outreach and education, get those resident registration programs up and running, and complete that system installation with a program launch for later this year. The anticipated revenue that we put here is about $3 to $5 million. The range is because it's really hard to identify what the delta may be based on resident permits and Great Park user permits. So that may fluctuate a little bit. We think it's closer to the 5 mark, but for full clarity and transparency, we wanted to provide that range to the council and to the public. And with that, the recommended actions are before you. Staff here to take any questions the council and board may have, as well as representatives from the vendor PCI.
Well, thank you for that presentation. This is a very, very important matter. As we venture into the world of parking and parking charges and revenue streams therefrom, it's a whole new phase for the Great Park. Has any consideration been given to whether the overall usage of the park will suffer a significant decline initially as a result of the introduction of parking fees?
Based on the studies, it is unlikely that the utilization will decrease. The car trips are likely to decrease, but the utilization would probably not decrease.
All right. People will economize. They'll get 4 or 5 people in a car instead of coming in 2 or 3 cars.
That's the understanding that we have from the analogy sports fields that we've looked at.
I see. All right. Let me turn to my colleagues here. Councilmember Mike Carroll.
Great.
Councilmember, board member Mike.
Thank you. Thank you very much, staff and Mr. Torelli, for this presentation about parking. It's been a long time in the making, and I know it shows that a lot of work went into this, a lot of due diligence, and I know it was talked about a little bit, but can you maybe talk a little bit about the survey, or really the breadth of where you all looked at in terms of other, similar locations and similar places where parking was being charged, and kind of what you found out there, just briefly?
Yeah, the consultants, Walker Consultants, that was initially engaged on this, looked at analogous facilities pretty much from the Mexican border up till about San Luis Obispo, so encompassing the Southern California region, and found that most metropolitan parks and most sports parks were charging. There was a variance in how they did that, which is why you see kind of a hybridized version here. Many of them charge a flat fee. For instance, Silver Lakes, which is a major facility out in the Inland Empire, charges a flat fee of $15 or $20 a day to come in and park. Some of the parks in South or North San Diego County are the same way. Huntington Central Park, I think, charges flat fee for some of their weekends and hourly for other periods of time. So we looked at all of them. There's very few sports parks, especially of this magnitude, that don't charge. In fact, we're the only large one that doesn't. Obviously, some of the smaller community ones in neighboring communities don't. But what we did is we tried to be under market as much as possible for those fees. And when you look at the special event fees, we also try to be comparable with what other event facilities are charging. When you look at whether they're concert venues, whether they're places that are holding large-scale festivals, so that we were hitting the mark but not going over it, because we don't want to decrease the usage in our facility. We don't want to turn away business. And so that's kind of how we landed on a little bit probably the lower end of the market.
Great. So it feels like, and you would say that it's a market rate survey, and we're at or maybe even a little bit below, market for the use of parking at facilities like this.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other question I had to you was with regard to really the residents. One of, I think, the really important things that we've looked at, that I've looked at while I've been on the city council, is the fact that, it is a municipal park. It's a city-owned park. It's funded by the taxpayers of the city of Irvine. Where I grew up in New York, we had a bunch of barrier beaches on the south shore of Long Island, and particularly I grew up in a township with a bunch of unincorporated villages. It's a very large township called Hempstead, and there was about over 1 million people. And we had a town beach, a large barrier beach, so there'd be like access parking. You would show your driver's license, and if your driver's license had one of the unincorporated villages in the township, you got in for free. And that was obviously very manual, and there are human beings at the booth, and I know we're doing this in a very Irvine, innovative way. I guess my question is, practically speaking, can we open up the parking, the free parking for all Irvine residents?
We certainly could at the council's direction. It would maybe change the pro forma of what we're looking at, but we certainly could.
Okay, because I think, and I just let my colleagues know, I think after we hear public comment that that I would propose that we make this, the initial period of parking be free parking for Irvine residents, and maybe the Great Park area neighborhood, we can obviously have a little more of a preference there, and we probably should. But I think that because it's a municipal park, as I said previously, just like people, we have a fee structure where if you're involved in classes or courses and sports, club sports that are, have a majority of Irvine boys and girls get better rates than the club sports that have a minority of Irvine residents. As you know, we have a whole structure system. So I appreciate all the work that's been done. We really do. And I hope that my colleagues would support that we would make this free for all the Irvine residents, given that it's a municipal park, and have the funding, which I think is wonderful, to kind of keep the park in the amazing, pristine position that it is in. So thanks for considering. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Before calling on Councilmember Martinez-Franco and Councilmember and Board Member Martinez-Franco, I wanted to ask the City Clerk if we have any citizens in the queue yet.
We do, Mayor. We have 3 requests to speak.
All right. Well, we'll keep the queue open. We'll finish this round and then take public comments. Council member and board member Martinez-Franco.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to thank Councilmember Carroll for that suggestion. I think he stole my thoughts. No, your suggestions are actually better than mine. I was just going to suggest to do a low-income waiver, but I really like Councilmember Carroll. I think the park should be accessible for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn now to Council member and board member James Amai.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Steve, for the presentation. I had a question. When you consulted with the various groups, did you consult with the sports teams, the visiting teams, or the children's teams that train at the Great Park?
I'd have to defer to community services as to the composition of those. We held a number of Zoom meetings with, kind of the user groups that are our primary users out there. and we did discuss with those groups that were present, but I would defer to either Mr. Hildebrand or Mr. Stephen Stewart as to the composition of those, but they were the primary kind of facility users that would be affected by this.
Great. Yeah, I would like to, I mean, I have a concern with visiting teams or children's teams that are visiting here. I don't want to deter anyone from training at the Great Park where they can just go to the Santa Ana, especially a lot of these children's teams that may be impacted by them already, fiscally impacted. So I want to just make that statement. I know that we're, overall as a city, we're waiting on a couple more analysis in terms of budgeting, revenues, and expenditures. So I, in general, I'm very supportive of this item here. I believe prioritizing the needs of our citizens, of the residents of Great Park and of the city. I would just like a little bit more time in terms of where we are, where we're going as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember and Board Member Mai. Having finished the first round, let's turn to the public and take public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Jay Bruce and Maba Ahmad, and we'll start with Jay.
Welcome.
Hey, hello, City Council members. My name is Jay Bruce. I'm a City Council summer intern, but speaking only on behalf of myself. I just wanted to make a few suggestions on the policy. I think, first of all, I didn't see it in the staff report, but I think just considering the Irvine staff that work at the Great Park, I think their parking should be free, like the visitor center and the athletic staff. If they have like a staff parking lot or something, that should, of course, that solves the problem, but I've heard that they share the parking lot with the public, so if they could have consideration like a free parking pass for them. Overall, I think it's a good idea as a stable revenue source given the budget deficit that we've been talking about, but I think Councilmember Carroll has a good idea, of course. In my opinion, I think it's reasonable, especially for special events and even tournaments. I think given that the Great Park is currently more of a sports park, I think it's pretty reasonable to charge for, especially sports-related surges of charging. But I think maybe as the Great Park gets built out into less of a sports park and more of like a general use park, we could consider maybe lowering or getting rid of the hourly and daily rates. I think right now, given that it's mainly just the sports sector of the park that's been built at, it's pretty reasonable, especially if we give consideration for the Great Park residents and Irvine residents. But for those general park visits, I think that it is essential, this kind of underscores the need for an Irvine Connect bus connection to Great Park to provide an alternative to the automobile. If you just want to visit the Great Park, I mean, sports, it's kind of necessary, I think, transporting equipment to have an automobile. But I think if you just want to visit the park, visit the balloon or carousel, then currently you still kind of have to use a car to get to the park. And I think, especially if we're going to start, penalizing using a car to get to the park, it's important for us to provide that alternative through a bus connection. It's unless it's kind of unfair if you force people to use a car to get to the Great Park. If you need to use a car and also charge them for using a car, I think these parking fees will obviously incentivize using a bus connection to the Great Park. You just need to build it out, and I think it's kind of like the carrot and stick approach, where we have the stick of the parking fees, but we don't have a carrot, which is actually giving them the alternative. So I would just suggest that in tandem, we could get that as a priority if we're considering an Irvine Connect expansion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maba?
Welcome.
Hello. Hi, members of the board. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Maba Ahmad, and I am speaking as a resident, community college student, and public health student. I understand the city's responsibility to maintain and operate the Great Park, and I recognize that these costs must be addressed. However, I'm concerned about the impact that paid parking may have on equitable access to one of Irvine's most significant public health spaces. From a public health perspective, parks are more than recreational amenities. They are places that support physical activity, mental well-being, social connection, youth development, and community engagement. Public spaces like Great Park provide benefits that extend far beyond recreation. My concern is that parking fees may disproportionately affect those who are already facing financial barriers, including low-income families, single parents, students, seniors, and other vulnerable residents. While a parking fee may seem relatively small to some, recurring costs can add up and influence whether families are able to regularly access community spaces and programs. If paid parking moves forward, I urge the city to consider equity-focused solutions to ensure that cost does not become a barrier to access. This could include fee waivers for qualifying residents, partnerships with nonprofit organizations and community agencies, discounted or free parking for youth sport participants and their family, resident assistance programs, or other measures that help maintain access for those who are most affected. The Great Park was envisioned as a space for the entire community. As the city considers this policy, I hope equal consideration will be given to the residents and families who rely on public spaces the most. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Dave Brown. Dave, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the Great Park Board members. Dave Brown here. As a youth sports organisation, we're already paying significant fees for field rentals and permits and tournament use, and the new parking rates are going to create an additional cost for the families that these facilities are actually intended to serve. So my concerns are simple. Because we're already paying to use these facilities, parking fees effectively create a second charge for our Irvine residents to participate in the sports that they're putting their kids into. Many of these families are actually using the Great Park, some of them 4, 5, 6 days a week for practices, games and training. So it's not just a one-time parking use, it's these recurring fees that could become a significant burden to our Irvine families. Not only that, but the proposal doesn't look like it's clearly addressing coaches and staff who could be there maybe 4 nights a week for 3, 4, 5 hours a night. So they could be there, 16 to 20 hours per week, and that's a significant cost on coaches, potential referees who could be there 4 or 5 hours on a Saturday and a Sunday, volunteers and staff. And the proposal, to me, it just doesn't address drop-offs and pick-ups. So is it going to be an automatic charge as you enter, or are you going to only charge if you physically park versus dropping off your kids for practices or things like that? So I respectfully ask that the council delay approval until there's been more outreach with, in particular in our case, youth sports organisations through the Sports Council, and to consider exemptions and validations or discounts for youth sports participants, staff members, volunteers, our Irvine members who pay to participate in sports on these facilities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is telephone number 343. 343, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm speaking in support of parking fees at the Great Park. Honestly, it's about time. People pay parking fees at public parking lots all over the country. That's normal. And the Great Park is not some small neighborhood pocket park. It's a major regional facility that people from outside Irvine use and enjoy all the time. And look, they are welcome. People from outside Irvine should be able to come enjoy our parks, our fields, and our facilities, even the young ones, Councilmember James. But look, it's not unreasonable to ask them to help pay for the maintenance of those facilities when they use them. especially these club sports teams coming in from outside Irvine. At sports fields all over the state, families pay $30, $40, sometimes more. But here, for a long time, they've been paying nothing to use some of the best public sports facilities around. That doesn't make sense. So this is not anti-park. It's pro-maintenance. It's pro-fairness. It's making sure the people using the Great Park help support the Great Park. Thank you for supporting this council. Thank you for supporting me. I live in Irvine. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 971. 971, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jess, a 34-year resident here again. I'm speaking in support of parking fees at the Great Park. Honestly, it's about time. People pay parking fees at public parking lots all over the country. That's normal. And the Great Park is not some small neighborhood pocket park. It's a major regional facility that people from outside Irvine use and enjoy all the time. And look, they are welcome. People from outside Irvine should be able to come enjoy our parks, our fields, and our facilities. But it's not unreasonable to ask them to help pay for the maintenance of those facilities when they use them, especially these club sports teams coming in from outside Irvine. At sports fields all over the state, families pay $30, $40, sometimes more. But here, for a long time, they've been paying nothing to use some of the best public sports facilities around. That doesn't make sense. So this is not anti-park. It's pro-maintenance. It's pro-fairness. It's making sure the people using the Great Park help support the Great Park. Thank you for supporting this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Adjourned. I agree with the last two speakers. I also think that by charging parking to people that are coming from outside the city, you may be promoting more public transportation and use of trains, which may help businesses in Irvine and other entities in Irvine, like the mobility, the bike mobility in the opening up there and the like. But I agree with the last two speakers. It's about time. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Why don't we take another round of comments from council members, board members, and then and any questions that we might have of staff as well, after which time we'll close the public hearing and move on to a vote. So I'll call on the first council member and board member who's requested to be heard on this round, Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, actually, I was remiss in asking staff, can you talk a little bit about our home soccer team, Orange County Soccer Club? I know it was, touched on. You did have some dialogue with them, and how are things sort of worked out? I mean, obviously, you have people there. You have a very incredible fan base. They do a lot of parking. We heard from the ownership earlier by email a couple hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Carroll. So this is one of those special groups that's kind of in that third tier of the policy where we would work with these folks and Riptide, who's a baseball user out at the park. Obviously, they bring a lot of people to the park. They bring a lot of revenue in some other ways to the park. And so we would look to do kind of a bulk deal with them for the parking that they need. For instance, I believe OC Soccer takes over the whole of Lot 3 as part of their existing deal. We wouldn't be looking to upset that deal. That's a pre-existing agreement, and they're going to need some, spaces for their people also within Lot 2. So we'd look to work a deal that makes sense for kind of everybody, not to penalize, obviously, those users that have been they're otherwise contributing the bulk of the revenue to the park. Some of these tournaments also, they're contributing the most amount of revenue in user fees and permit fees, which is why we want to have the ability to work with them in order to get their people within that tournament, get those people covered within the tournament or within those use licenses, and hopefully encourage just a little bit more economical driving.
So you feel like we're comfortable as a council, maybe not, I mean, I haven't spent time talking to them, but OCSC will be okay, a soccer club?
Yes,
They're
sir.
supportive of the overall arching thing. It's not going to affect them in a way that'll hurt their residency at our park.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, well, with that, Mayor, if it's in order, I'd like just to make the motion. I think technically we're just asking, I would ask to delete to move the item, staff recommendation, but just delete second sentence of 5.2 of the policy, so that Great Park and the Great Park residents, you shouldn't have to pay for registration or anything like that, but that the Irvine residents are given the free hours. I would make that motion with that change.
I would just ask you if you would, Councilmember, Board Member Carroll, to hold that motion until we can take a couple more comments from the dais here, close the public hearing.
That's fine.
And then the motion would be in order.
Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember and, of course, Chair of the Great Park Board, William Go.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a note and quick question. As far as the interaction between the Canopy retail site, I know PCI is here. Could they perhaps move into administrating that lot as well? So if they choose, my concern is just people will abuse the retail and park there longer than necessary to avoid the fees to park elsewhere.
Yeah, so under the lease and license agreements with Almquist Group for the Canopy, they have control over those lots. So there is the ability to bring those into the overall paid parking framework if they should desire. There's language in the lease to allow that. I believe, and we may have a representative from Canopy here because there's actually an item related to them a little bit later on the agenda, but I believe their intention is to kind of handle that with time-barred parking. So they would have a lot limit, but if there's a representative here, I don't know if Tom Carpenter's here yet, he may be able to speak on that.
Yeah, and the second question too, in terms of enforcement, is it already been budgeted as far as, are we going to have the Great Park roving non-sworn officers police that area to enforce, or is it PCI that's going to be providing some services as well?
So for the time, it would be done by Irvine Police Department, and so that's captured in that net revenue is basically the revenue net of what we've estimated the gross revenue minus all the system costs minus the enforcement cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn now to Councilmember and Board Member Melinda Liu.
So thank you. I mean, I was going to ask if it's possible to have a flat rate for Irvine residents outside of Great Park, but I guess most of my council colleagues would rather have free parking for Irvine residents. Well, I think what I was concerned about is, or a little confused about, is whether this estimate is based on the whole year, or is it just starting from July 1st?
So the $5 million number, which is kind of the expected total revenue with a little bit of wiggle room in there based on how the Irvine permits end up kind of flushing out, is an annual. It's likely, if awarded tonight, the system could be up by the late fall, early winter. So that number would be calibrated. So we would lose, part of this busy season in this fiscal year. The winter is typically a little bit slower at the park, but it is calibrated. The number in the staff report is calibrated for an annual. And so in our budget estimations for this coming year, we have kind of calibrated it to what we think would be the actual that we would hit this year, which is about half the year.
And I kind of want to address one of the callers' questions. I mean, people dropping their kids off, we're not charging them for coming into the parking lot. It's for parking in a spot, right?
No, and so to clarify that, this system, like with almost every other paid parking system, there's like grace period, typically set at 15 minutes. So if people go into a lot, they can't find a spot, or people are going into a lot and dropping off and leaving, they're not having any enforcement done. They're not being charged to park there. To address the other question about the staff members, typically we would handle that as part of our permitting process. So if you have, a baseball team is getting a permit for a baseball field, there's going to be a certain amount of parking permits that would be issued with that permit to that team for their staff. That would be part of that. They wouldn't be getting double charged for the team staff.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Without any more comments, why don't we at this time have a motion to close the public hearing and move on to a vote on the matter. Just before we do that, I assume you don't get it 100% right the first time you implement a parking scheme, a plan. Would you anticipate, once it's introduced and in place, operating it for a couple of months and then coming back to us to ask for adjustments, report on the experience and so forth?
Yeah, I can see for definitely the first year we'll be making some fine tuning to it, as we understand how it works in practicality with our particular park users. And certainly the policy, in fact, anticipates coming back on kind of an annual basis as we do our annual budget updates to kind of tweak things as they're necessary.
Well, let me be responsive to Chair Geller, Chair of the Finance Commission, and suggest this is such a big deal, frankly, financially and otherwise, but certainly in a financial way. I would hope that as this program develops, evolves, that at every step of the way you would consult with and be encouraged to consult with the Finance Commission and make sure they're in on its development and evolution as well, and any recommendations that they might have that would be helpful for our purposes, I would certainly welcome them.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, good. With that, I'll move that the public hearing be closed. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Board member, I should say, I guess, Councilmember and board member. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. And now that the public hearing is closed, would you like to move staff recommendations and otherwise offer your motion, Councilmember and Board Member Carroll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would just move to, I think it's actually, it's the third sentence of 5.2, that we go ahead and just, I guess, City Attorney, we would delete it, but effectively it will be so that Great Park, all Irvine residents will be given the free parking. That would be my motion.
So you're moving staff recommendations 2, 3, and 4 with that one change?
Correct.
All right, is there a second? The Councilmember Martinez Franco seconded the motion. I see staff conferring. Is this okay?
Yep.
Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to make sure the record's completely clear. In the second sentence where it says, the first sentence where it makes a reference to Great Park residents, it would instead say Irvine residents. This is in section 5.2. And then the following sentence, which Councilmember Carol referred to would be deleted in its entirety.
All right, Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
All right. And the second to the motion was Councilmember Martinez Franco. Understood? All right, approved. Let me just ask one question. Any idea how much lost revenue we'll have as a result of making this free for all Irvine residents?
There's not really a way to well estimate that. I can tell you that the studies basically show that most of our revenue comes through special events, tournaments, so I don't think the loss is going to be significant, but that is why, again, leaving some leeway for council to make some changes. I did that 3 to 5 estimate. I don't think it's going to be significant, but it's hard to tell. But once we get it up and running, we'll certainly report back what the change is from what we had anticipated to what we are actually seeing.
Please, and again, include the Finance Commission and all that.
Absolutely.
All right, great. There's a motion properly before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Nope.
Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-1 with Vice Mayor and Director Mai voting no.
All right, thank you very much to our staff. It's going to be a whole new world out there now with a new parking regime. All right, with that, we'll turn to City Council and Board Business. Item 4. Would the clerk please identify item 4.1?
Fiscal year 2025 to 27 mid-cycle.
I think it might have something to do with the mayor's issue with OCPA. I think that if we do want to revisit this, it would be appropriate to agendize this as a separate item and not try to fold it into this mid-cycle budget review where we haven't really had a chance to discuss this or analyze it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder, Councilmember and Vice Mayor Mai, and then we'll take public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. And this question again is for Dale. Am I hearing this correctly? And IUSD is not matching or contributing to?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, I have some concerns with that. I have children both at IUSD, and and I also know that IUSD has unrestricted general fund of $50 million to $75 million. I think that they should be contributing to a bus system for IUSD students. I'll just go on the record as saying that if they're not able to provide it, I guess the city will provide it because it's a desperate need for these children. But I just wanted to note that there is money at IUSD to help us with this, and it should be in consideration. I hope they do consider, and I hope the conversations continue if we do move forward in any other bus projects throughout the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to the public. Mr. Peterson, how many requests are there from citizens to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 requests to speak.
All right. Why don't we take those, giving them each 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Wendy B.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I understand that by speaking tonight, I may make myself a target. As a volunteer serving on a city committee, I fully anticipate that some speakers may come forward to criticize me. That is their right. However, I believe it is necessary to help clear the record because claims that are simply not accurate have now been repeated multiple times on social media and in a letter written by former Mayor Farah Khan and signed by former Mayor Suki Kang and others. regarding the city budget. Their claim is that the council is cutting DEI funds and DEI initiatives. I want to be clear that I'm speaking only on my own behalf, but I am serving as vice chair of the DEI committee. After speaking with city staff and reviewing the facts, I can confirm that there have been no efforts by any city council members or the city to eliminate any DEI initiatives or cut any DEI funds. In fact, DEI initiatives continue throughout our city, and the city has received many recognitions and awards for its work in diversity, equity, and inclusion, as it stands now, with no additional office and no additional funding. The issue that has been raised by some council members and the public is not whether DEI should exist. Rather, it is whether the council should be informed when new offices are created, what the purpose of those offices is, and what public funds are being allocated to them. Those are reasonable governance and oversight questions. As has been stated before, asking questions about the creation of an office, its budget, or its purpose is not the same thing as attacking DEI. They are two very different things. Healthy government requires transparency, accountability, and open discussion. We can support DEI while also expecting clear communication regarding staffing, offices, and expenditures. I believe this communication was pure political propaganda, and I hope you see that too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Don Geller. Mr. Geller, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Carl. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Don Geller, Chair of Finance Commission, speaking only for myself. I am here to express my support for the city's recommendation to balance the fiscal year 26-27 budget, as did the Finance Commission unanimously at our June 1st meeting. In my view, the recommended approach is reasonable and responsible. The city is not proposing any drastic cuts to core services. The staff is recommending a balanced combination of expenditure reductions and revenue adjustments to produce a balanced budget. That includes holding vacant positions, except for critical emergency personnel such as police officers, and reevaluating non-emergency vehicle replacement schedules. These are practical steps that help preserve service levels while recognizing the financial realities facing the city. But this does not preclude city council members from always looking for additional ways to generate revenue, such as the parking fees that we discussed tonight, as well as looking at ways to cut expenses by making tough choices, such as council staff reductions or cutting out some underutilized programs. This is an ongoing endeavor, and the Finance Commission, as well as our great administrative staff, would always be willing to look at ways to make our city run more efficiently. It doesn't have to happen only once a year or every 2 years. Adjustments and updated financial statements are made quarterly. So this budget does not solve every long-term issue. The council will still need to make difficult decisions going forward. But for fiscal year 26-27, I believe the proposed recommendations represent a reasonable path to a balanced budget. For these reasons, I support the staff recommendation. Let's get this budget passed today and keep any reasonable financial options open throughout the year. One other item, and maybe we can ask Mr. Davis, the Finance Commission thought it was very reasonable to split the cost of the busing program. I understand that IUSD isn't being cooperative, but I was just wondering if Mr. Davis has ever reached out to Shady Canyon community to allow for buses to actually travel through Shady Canyon to eliminate the freeway route. Has that ever been done? Wouldn't Shady Canyon be amenable to having children pass through on a very, very limited basis? So that would solve a tremendous problem on that basis. So that's my only comment. Thank you very much and good evening.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much, council members, Mayor Agron. Good evening. Really briefly, I'm surprised about Wendy Bokoto's comments about propaganda. Betty Martinez-Franco's re-election campaign propaganda includes that she is responsible for the opening of a DEI office. I was unaware that there was a DEI office, although I've heard rumors that $1 million has been allotted to the Office of Inclusive Excellence, although no community engagement occurred. So kind of confused about what's going on and why Betty Martinez-Franco is claiming to be responsible for the opening of Irvine's DEI office. Going to this budget review, this is now twice that city staff has provided a budget review regarding Great Park, and since the May 12th meeting when Mayor Agron ordered it with a charge to discuss the framework, the heart of the park, and the opening on schedule in 2028, and the installation of the Armenian Genocide Memorial in that park in 2028. So what's going on? That's why these reviews of the Great Park budget were ordered on May 12th. At least one of the charges, Mayor Agron from the dais said it after I brought up the fact that there wasn't money in the budget to install the Armenian Genocide Memorial in 2028 because you guys couldn't open the heart of the park by then as originally scheduled. Where's the transparency? Where's the staff answering the call and the charge that Mayor Agron gave from the dais on May 12th when this was brought up by me? Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 258. 258, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, this is Manish here. So I want to speak about the budget issue with this supposed Office of Inclusive Excellence. Is it true that the City Council has approved almost $1 million of taxpayer dollars for this? And is it also true that each one of you council members have over $600,000 in personal budgets? 600. What is wrong with you all? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chris Wong. Chris, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, Council. I just want to remind the Council that the school bus program was piloted back in 2023 by then Mayor Farrakhan and Councilmember Agron at the time, and it was due to a need. They had a private bus line. And it was included in the 2025-2026 budget under a council vote. If you do not choose to do this, it would be a blow to the university parents, and you would be adding additional cars and traffic to the roads. One thing that really makes Irvine stand out is the quality of schools, and this bus program that Irvine does provide does have a small part in it. However, given budget constraints, I would urge you to look at that as well as other items. I will talk in another time about your individual budgets. I would just remind you that your individual budgets were created due to a previous mayor controversy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is M. M, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds.
Oh, good evening. I missed you guys. I still miss you. I'm still on the East Coast. Well, talking about budget. Yeah, you guys, the whole system is where it shouldn't be. If you do have $600,000 each, which I believe you used to function on $300,000, right? At this point, each one of you is not serving the same amount of residents as before. So instead of serving all of the residents of Irvine, you all have a district. I think your own budgets and your staffing should be reduced. And for sure, your staff should not be creating social media posts that are offensive and attack other city council members or the mayor, and should not be proud of it. That's to you, Mr. Cedar. You should know better. It does get found out. So That's one of the things that has to do. The other thing that I want to say quickly before you cut me off is when we start giving offices to OCFA in Irvine and not charging them, when we give in, what, $150 million?
Thank you. Your time is up. And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, having taken the public comment, a motion would be in order at this time. Is there a motion? All right, I'll take it upon myself. I move adoption of staff recommendations and would add a provision that any funds returned to us from OCPA and interest be returned to the general fund and in turn put in the asset management fund and not expended for other purposes for at least 1 year. That's the motion.
Mayor.
Yes.
Staff recommendation number 2 is just to provide direction. So when you moved number 2, did you intend to move the funding to the University High busing program at $218,000?
Well, that's in the budget now, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. The direction is to continue in that regard, to continue to pursue the program. It's a good program, an essential service in my mind. My disappointment is with the school board, not with us. And so we shall continue that. That is the direction. Thank you. Is there a second to my motion?
Yeah, just to I'm happy to say, just to clarify that it does include the bus will continue. Is that what we're saying? That this would be incorporated?
So if I might clarify, the current budget that is being proposed for this upcoming fiscal year does include the $218,000. What we don't have is authorization to continue the pilot for an additional year.
Okay, and that would be included in the mayor's motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second before us. Councilmember Treseder, then Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I would like to make a substitute motion that we follow the staff's recommendation to adopt a resolution of the City Council of Irvine, California, adopting and approving the appropriations budget for the City of Irvine for fiscal year 2026 to 2027, and to provide direction for a 1-year extension of funding for the expanded Irvine Unified School District pilot bus program for University High of $218,552 in one-time funding from the Asset Management Plan Fund. Thank you. Do I have a second? This is essentially what the staff is asking for, omitting the OPA acts.
I'll second.
Thank you.
So there's a substitute motion, which is basically just intended to, if I understand it correctly, keep the OCPA money kind of free-floating as it comes back. Is that the intent of the substitute motion?
The intent of the substitute motion, sir, is to follow staff's direction. Since it is silent on OCPA, that would mean that we maintain the council's unanimous decision from last year to have the OCPA funds that are returned go into a separate fund earmarked for sustainability programs.
All right, so the substitute motion would reinforce the idea of a segregated fund.
Sir, it's silent on that. It is not saying that this must go into a separate fund. It's silent on it, and the previous decision unanimous from the council was that the OCPA funds go into a separate
All right, well, I think the original motion is clear. Your substitute motion is clear. There are three requests here to be heard. Councilmember Liu, followed by Councilmember Mai, followed by Councilmember Carroll.
I have a question about the source of the bus funds. I mean, in general, yes, I agree that we're bridging that gap to give students access or safe access to school. And I remember, if I remember correctly, this was originally out of a spend down on the reserve in 2024, right? Are we getting that money out of the general funds that's being budgeted now? Is that where it is?
Thank you for the question. So the $219,000 is actually within the adopted budget for 26-27 in the AMP fund already. So this is authorization to continue the pilot program.
In the AMP fund? Okay, well, and the other thing is I agree that we should probably have a more responsible way to deal with repayment of any loan money. I don't know whether it's productive to single out OCPA loan repayment. I mean, if that is what we intend to do, I think it is sound policy to put the money back where it came from. But I'm not sure if only talking about the OCPA repayment plan is wise moving forward. In theory, I really agree with what Mayor was suggesting, but right now, since we had already earmarked that loan money, I think it will be consistent not to go back on what we had already planned on. So I don't know what the suggestion is. I don't know if Mayor's open to the idea of maybe amending what you had suggested, maybe if you would like to put in another criteria on how we deal with loan repayment. I would agree I would agree in theory, but not have a specific source, if that makes sense.
Let me turn to others, and then perhaps I'll respond to your question. Councilmember and Vice Mayor Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to speak to why I seconded this substitute motion as well. I think it goes back to the staff recommended motion of 1 and 2. The discussion of OCPA is, at this time, I just don't feel like we should be commingling OCPA into this discussion. Maybe it's later on this evening, maybe it's at another time, maybe it's after August when we do have a full picture of the fiscal situation that we're in. But mixing it into this, and then I just think mixing anything other than the staff recommended action is not right at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think I have a just want to try to unpack this. I have a little bit of a different view than my colleagues on some of this. I guess if we did vote just with particular the repayment of these funds, if we did vote previously unanimously to have them sort of segregated or put in sort of a lockbox or sort of an area, or let's just say sort of an account dedicated toward a public goal, sustainability, what we voted on. I think that was prior to the budget crisis that the City Council has put the City of Irvine into, or the staff has put it into, depending on who you talk to or who you read or whatever. But we're in a budget crisis, right? So if we're in a budget crisis And how much does OCPA still owe us? Do we have, it could be approximate, Dale. I know it's millions.
I believe about $1.5 million came in, so I would say still about six million and change.
Yeah. And you know, most of the people that follow this, not that there's many, but know that as the founder of OCPA, being myself, I have a little bit of heartache with that $6 million, given the fact that the other cities that formed the Orange County Park Authority deposited exactly $0 to be part of it, and we funded the endeavor. And many of those dollars go to Fullerton baseball and other community events, and thousands of dollars of sponsorships in places like Buena Park. I don't even know where that is. I do know. I go to Knott's Berry Farm. It's an awesome community. But anyway, the point is we funded this thing to the tune of, I guess, $7+ million. We have that $6 million due. Yes, we did vote together, all of us, to go ahead and segregate those funds. And then subsequent to that, we had this budget crisis. So I think we, you know, I'm not sure if the way the mayor phrased it out is the most optimal, and I think I'd like to hear from my colleagues. But, and no one's saying that it shouldn't all go to sustainability, but shouldn't we pause the suspension of that money toward one particular goal and see where we are on road improvements and capital maintenance over at Northwood Community Park and Castle Park, and just see where we are when we finally get to the big opening of the budget in August that we've all asked for. I think that may be the most prudent thing to think about. And admittedly, I know. I mean, I have my obvious thoughts about the way that the Orange County Power Authority played out. But we do have $7 million or $6 million of our taxpayer funds that are being repaid to us, and we have a golden opportunity to sort of to maybe put that aside, or not aside, but essentially into our general fund as we see all of this stuff unravel. We have these council budgets we got to deal with. We could go back through a lot of this stuff. I think it's a good stab. It's a good opportunity to think about. And I hope that I just look forward to listening to more of what everybody thinks on this. And we could look at other things as well. We have the opportunity to do that. I just feel like I'm not sure my decision then is best kept now with those parameters, particularly if we haven't allocated it yet. If it's the case that we unanimously said, let's push all this, $6 million to asphalt, I'd probably be saying the same thing. And I recognize that that's an issue, sustainability, that's really important to all of us, near and dear to a lot of us. But if it was really anything that was being dedicated, it's an opportunity to take this and sort of unsuspend it. And let's see, how we need to use it. I have a list a mile long of council events. It totals $10+ million. We have this DEI thing. Who knows what happened with that? It's $1 million. It's $700,000 something. Assistant Manager Grettenberg told me earlier tonight. I don't know what it was. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to dig into that one in August, as well as the 6 full-time people that we have working on the climate action plan, which we all agreed would be recommendations and amazing goals that we were going to seek. But why we have 6 full-time employees working on that. I mean, some of us up here do want to look at, some of these things because we do have a structural problem that's going to begin on July 1st, 2027. So, with that, I look forward to hearing what everyone else has to say. It was just my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. I think I agree with Councilmember Carroll in that we should address this in depth in August. Any changes to the budget, that is the time that we have allocated to look at that. That gives us a chance to compile the data. It's easy enough to rattle off right now a bunch of statements that may or may not be supported by the facts. I think that it would be inappropriate right now as part of the mid-cycle budget review to add essentially poison pills to this vote. I think we all want to, for instance, from what I can tell from the discussion, We all want to support the bus fund. We all want to make sure that we move forward with the approving the appropriations budget, and to try to attach, like, basically attacking OCPA or any sort of potential sustainability projects to this vote, I think is not appropriate to do. The appropriate time is to talk about this in August, and certainly if the mayor wants to reconsider whether we allocate these funds to, the OCPA funds to a different fund, then absolutely, let's talk about it back at that point. But right now, it just seems like this is a way to try to get this through without a lot of public input or knowledge from the council members. So that is why I made the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Thank you. And this question is for Mr. Melchin. Sorry. So since we voted already for these funds to be appropriated, OCPA funds, don't we need to put it as a separate item, as a memo? Like, is it appropriate to be bringing it and just changing it, like right here, without a memo? I feel like I have been flagged for doing things like that in the past. So just to bring it up without a memo as a separate item, I don't think is appropriate.
I can only give you a legal answer to your question. There is is it wise, is it good policy, and you all are having that discussion. My legal answer to the question is the budget's on the agenda, and how you're going to handle funds is fairly within the scope of the item that is before you.
All right. Are you done, Councilmember Martinez Franco? All right. I see no further requests. There is a substitute motion that would be considered first, and I'd like Mr. Melchin to be clear as to what that substitute motion is, and of course what the main motion was as well.
Thank you, Mayor. The substitute motion made by Councilmember Treseder, seconded by Vice Mayor Mai, is recommended action item 1, and it's providing the direction embedded in recommended action number 2, which is to extend the pilot bus program for University High School by 1 year. The cost of that extension, $218,552, is already built into the budget. That's the entirety of the motion.
All right. And the main motion was?
The main motion is the same as the substitute motion, with an additional proviso that all of the funds returned from OCPA to the city will be returned to the asset management plan and held there and used for no other purpose for a period of 1 year.
All right. Let me speak to the substitute motion, and then we'll take any further comment or move to a vote. I understand Councilmember Treseder's motion, her substitute motion, and would simply like to make clear the fundamental point that I was trying to make, which was, as Councilmember Carroll said, before everybody's hair was on fire, about a budget deficit of 2%, and everybody was acting as though the sky was falling rather than dealing with it in a mature fashion, in my view. Before all that happened, I had expressed concerns about OCPA. By the way, I voted against the $5 million of the $7 million or so that was loaned to OCPA. And I was pleased to see that it was coming back to the city, and particularly at a time when we would like it back because we have other needs in the city. And I just think it's a matter of appropriate conduct that money that is lent essentially from our general fund, our asset management fund, should come back to the original source. And that's why I voted against the mobility hub, not because it was an unworthy project, but because the idea was the money that Councilmember Mai, as an appointee to the OCPA, had clawed back for us on an earlier schedule, in my judgment, should have gone back into the general fund. That, I think, is just a good practice. Or back to the asset management fund from where it came. And instead it was intercepted and we created this new account, which I may have voted for. But creating that new account and then incurring what everybody thinks is some kind of budget crisis, and then allowing future projects to kind of be funded through this back door rather than through the regular course of conduct. It's just, in my mind, bad governance. And so as we adopt a budget, I think that it's appropriate that we go back to best practices, regular order. And that's what my motion was intended to do. By the way, let me just take this opportunity to thank our staff for the outstanding work leading up to tonight's presentation, which was very clear, and I think we're very close to adopting a budget. But I wanted to, I think in this way, answer the concern that Councilmember Liu had, or the motivation. And yes, the money that we loaned to OCPA should come back to us, and it should come back, in my judgment, to the original source of that money. And that would be, in this case, to the Asset Management Fund. With that, I'll call on my colleagues who wish to be heard. And that begins with Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco, followed by Councilmember Mai, and then Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to emphasize again that by voting to follow the staff's recommendations, this does not preclude us discussing the fate of the OCPA loan returns in August when we have the full budget picture. I think at this point, I mean, there are a number of things that I championed in past years before this budget crisis came to light that I'm more than happy to pull back on. And I feel that the appropriate time is August. Now, if the mayor did have in mind that he wanted to redirect the OCPA loan return funds as a part of today's discussion, he was certainly welcome to agendize a memo for the agenda that discussed that, and where we would have proper notice, and each of us up here would have a chance to look into the particulars. Again, I feel like he's trying to slip this issue into a much larger vote that he knows probably most of us will want to make. It does remind me of what happened back in 2024. We had a similar vote on the budget, just like this, where we had the whole large budget that was presented to us. And at the time, the mayor, when we were ready to vote on it, said that we had $6 million too much in the reserves, and we should spend that out right then, and gave a list of projects that he wanted us to fund. And that was just right there, right at that moment when we were trying to decide on the budget. And I feel very strongly that we shouldn't be trying to make policy through this budget vote right now. If these policies are truly important and something that the city needs to do, it should receive proper notice. We should all have a chance to look into it, and we should be able to have a separate discussion where we're not, under a lot of pressure to pass this particular thing. I just think that that is proper policy and the best governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Let me see if I understood well about the OCPA budget. So we have how much they owe us? 7 million?
Thank you for the question. So the total amount they owe us, including accrued interest, is $8.4 million. The principal amount is $7.5 million, with an additional, about $1 million additional in accrued interest.
So but we already voted to spend $3 million on the mobility from there, or that's separate?
For the mobility, could you clarify?
For the mobility.
Originally, I believe there was an amount. I don't remember exactly the amount.
Point of clarification.
That was.
It was $1.5 million.
$1.5 million from the OCPA loan repayment.
So that is spent. So that we have to take away that $1.5 million from what the numbers that you just gave me, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think that we just have to be clear with the numbers, that how much, if we vote to go back to the general fund, how much money we are going back, or are we stopping the mobility hub and we are retaking everything? Is that what is happening? Because it sounds like we want to take even the mobility hub, which we already voted to approve, back to the general fund. Is that what is happening here?
I would defer to the mayor. I think what I understand it to be is that the entire amount of the OCPA loan that's not committed would be freed up and deposited into AMP, and for a later discussion for a period of a year, if it's going to be allocated for any other projects, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing, I just want to make sure that also included in that motion was to help low-income families with sustainability projects, which can be transportation and et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just sustainability per se, but it's also for low-income families. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember and Vice Mayor Mai, followed by Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to reiterate again that we should leave the buses out of this. somehow we got into the talk of OCPA funds that were getting paid back, and as mentioned, I was the one who really pushed for those funds to come back from OCPA early. And to address the mayor's comments is that I voted also for them originally to go back to the general fund. I was against having a special fund, and the reason being at the time was we should not be spending what we don't have back yet. It was a little premature when we just finally got early payback, and everyone was wanting to spend on everything. I was very against that. But we were defeated on that vote. And we have to deal with that now. And I think that we just have to move on, and we have to address what's in front of us now and not talk about what to do with the funds anymore. It was already decided by the city council majority that it should go into this fund, and we already spent, I believe, some of it, some of the interest in terms of a mobility hub, and everyone else is now talking about spending on other areas. And I think that's a separate discussion entirely from this. So I'm very supportive of the original staff recommended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think maybe we can kind of close this out and keep going. We got a long agenda. Sounds like we're all maybe kind of more or less in the same place, but I'm really looking forward to August. We got people up here that have been, crying that we have a major budget crisis and an imbalance, and, we're trying to bring something that, as Vice Mayor Mai said, we have a pool of millions of dollars that have been, again, we voted to put it, I guess maybe I voted no, I don't know, Councilmember Trustedo, unanimous. Regardless, maybe if I voted for it then, right, that went to this amorphous sustainability thing with no real allocation to any actual account for any actual specific need whatsoever. If there is one, someone please put their light on and tell me what it was. But to Vice Mayor Mai's point, we have millions of dollars. And it's all gonna, everyone bring your pencil to August. I'm gonna bring a big one. I had slides that Tom has ready to show. I'm happy to burn through 3 more hours if you want. I think that makes no sense as well. I think that we need to do the right thing by our staff and our incredible finance department and city manager office to move this budget. Again, something that received unanimous votes for the 3 past years and probably more if I asked for additional years. We just kind of close this piece out from an accounting perspective, and we bring our pencils in August. I know I'll be bringing mine, and we'll see if we had a budget crisis or we had a bunch of people that just made a lot of noise for nothing. So I think it's important. There's no question about it. We have major headwinds coming with respect to July 1, 2027. And that really is what it appears to be on a macro level. COVID money that city spent to create a kind of a large overhead structure that we need to we need to adjust and ratchet down, and we're going to do that, and we'll be as responsible as we can about it. Make no mistake, I will never be for cutting a single police officer, or I will be against any efforts to try to cut or try to freeze any police public safety hiring of any type, sworn and non-sworn. So I'll be forewarned that I will be a hawk on that. And everything else is fair game, including our unbelievably bloated budgets of over $600,000 each. So let's do it. Let's do it in August. Mayor, I would suggest maybe we can just take Councilmember Trustedo's motion or your motion, and let's just collapse it. Let's get a 7-0 vote. If that's amenable to you guys, I'm happy to withdraw my second or whatever. Dale, I have a question for you. At the last meeting, some of us voted against fee increases. There were some significant fee adjustments and fee increases. If we vote yes now, are we now approving those fee increases?
It's the just the technical increases that reflect what's in the agreements to increase the revenues. You need the revenues to appropriate the budget, right? So, but the agreements itself, they're all already done, and
the fees are already approved.
Yeah, the fees are already approved.
No, it's in the budget.
Well, it's not part of the budget yet. This is just more of the
They're
technical.
approved, they just haven't been recognized for the budget yet.
Well, let me ask you this. Is that a good, in accounting we call it, good guy, bad? Is that a good guy? Wait, is that revenue that we haven't seen in this budget? That's good news.
It's more technical than anything. As part of the resolution, you have to increase you have the revenues and the expenditures have to be aligned with each other, right? But the actual fees itself, when you look at the fees, there's a separate resolution that says, this is how much we charge for fees. These are the agreements for, the WISE agreement. Those are approved.
Right, but what we approved what the council approved with regard to the fees, that projected revenue, is that baked into this budget?
Yes.
So we would be approving a document that has fees embedded, and some of us didn't vote for that, some of us did vote for that. But that fee revenue is in this budget?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not additional, it's in the budget?
Correct.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you.
Actually, maybe I could claim my opportunity to say something at this time that might inform what you have to say as well. Let me just say I hear what my colleagues are saying. I do think the fact that we're going to, at the first meeting in August, be considering all these matters and can make adjustments at that time. I do think that suggests that it might be wise to accept the substitute motion and to move ahead adopting the budget while, of course, reserving the opportunity to raise all these issues in connection with the so-called deep dive in August. Is that what you were driving at, Councilmember Carroll?
Yeah, it appears like we can get consensus, which is fantastic, and move this thing ahead.
Okay. Councilmember Treseder, I'm willing to withdraw my main motion, and then you can have your motion be, in effect, the main motion. Is that procedurally acceptable to you, Mr. Melchi?
I think we'll end up in the same place, so yes.
Right. All right. Well, having withdrawn the main motion, by the way, who seconded that? Councilmember Carroll. Well, Councilmember Carroll agrees. All right. So with that, your substitute motion is in effect the main motion at this point. And if you have something further to add, Councilmember Treseder, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the withdrawal. Absolutely. I agree again with Councilmember Carroll. We need to bring our pencils in August to think about what we can remove from the budget. And again, I am thinking about what I can remove among things that I really liked, that I wanted to do, that I championed when I thought we had more money. I'm willing to do that. I'm hoping that each of us up here is willing to think about that. It was hard for me to tell from Councilmember Carroll's tone, but if we all start forming a circular firing squad with the budget, I think it's going to get pretty chaotic. But I think if we are trying to be very responsible and pull back from our own things that we maybe have second thoughts about, I think that's hopefully the best way to go. And again, I'm going to bring a list of things that I really like, but I am willing to reconsider now. So thank you.
All right. Councilmember Treseder, thank you. There is a motion and a second properly before us. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Carroll.
Yes, and this includes the bus?
Oh, yes. Okay. Let's just make it clear, because I know there are a lot of people out there that are concerned. The bus money is there. It's part of the budget that is about to be passed. All right? Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. It's been a long and a kind of a bumpy road here, but I'm glad we have a balanced budget that has been adopted. And we will be taking up this matter at our first meeting in August. What is the date of that first meeting?
August 3rd, this is a special meeting.
August 3rd. Okay, well, was it a special meeting?
Correct.
Yes, the motion approved by council was to hold a special meeting.
All right, excellent. So we'll be returning to these matters from a little different perspective on August 3rd. With that, we can move on with, I would suggest we quickly handle two items, item 5.1 and item 6.1, which are public hearings.
Right, but Mr. Mayor, if I may, if we could just first adjourn the special meeting with the Great Park.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just move that we adjourn what has been the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board at this time. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Vice Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
And now the sitting City Council is convening to the special joint meeting with the Irvine Facilities Financing Authority, which is us as well. So having dealt with that technicality, at this point, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Here, yes.
Councilmember Board Member Go.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor and Vice Chairman Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Chairman Mayor Chairman Agron.
Here. All right, we have a public hearing, item 5.1. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Irvine Facilities Financing Authority Food and Beverage Project Taxable Lease Revenue Bonds Series 2026A.
Thank you. At this time, I'll declare the public hearing open, and we'll turn to staff to further present this item.
Good evening, council members. I'm Josh Brooks, Deputy Director of Administrative Services. I'll be presenting the item for what we're calling the food and beverage bond item. I'll go through these slides in the interest of time. I'll go through rather quickly, but the background is the Great Park was established in 2003, the first phase in 2007, and we're seeing this project culminate in another milestone for the Great Park. The project itself will consist of a mix of restaurants, beverage, and specialty retail. 14,000 square feet of retail buildings will be constructed. There will also be a reconstruction of Hangar 10, which will house retail, fitness, and restaurant uses. The pop-ups in the park will be recreated as an indoor-outdoor bar with food, gathering areas, and areas for live entertainment will be built, as well as parking. This project is unique. It's a public-private partnership between the city and the Almquist, which is a California corporation. It's designated as Canopy 2, and it's located right next to another Almquist project called Canopy 1. The lease, the Almquist lease is a long-term ground lease that will allow them to develop and operate the site, and the lease is contingent upon the issuance of the bonds. The annual bond service payments that the city has to pay will be covered by the rental payments that the city receives from the lessee The estimated interest rate on these bonds is 5.79%. And so the plan is that the rental payments received will be sufficient to cover the city's debt service payment. Here's an aerial just to give the council context of what this project is. The dirt lot on the left is Canopy 2, and then the buildings on the right are Canopy 1. This is a separate project. Here's another aerial. In the background, you can see the skate rink to kind of give an idea of where this is going to be in the Great Park. And then with that, I'll turn it over to our underwriter, Sarah Brown. She's going to give us a market update.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'll be quick as well, just to orient ourselves here a bit relative to other bond issues that the council has approved recently. These charts show on the left, the rise and fall of U.S. Treasuries, the orange line being the 10-year Treasury, the dark blue line being the 30-year Treasury since the beginning of March. On the right-hand side, we see the Treasury yield curve. This is a little different than most of the bond issues the city has sold because these bonds the interest on these bonds will be taxable to the investors from federal income taxes. And so because of that, they're more similar to U.S. Treasuries and use the U.S. Treasury rates as the benchmark for setting these bond interest rates. So we show here, a significant amount of volatility in interest rates. We've been able to navigate through that and have seen improvement over the last month or so while the market gains confidence and sometimes loses confidence in the ceasefire. The Fed met last week and left rates unchanged. The next meeting is not till the end of July, and so our anticipated pricing fits nicely between that, so we don't expect a movement due to Fed making a rate change. The last thing I'll mention is just a little bit of a different investor audience than your typical tax-exempt bond. Here we expect to see more insurance company interest, potentially other municipalities that see an opportunity to invest in these bonds, and certainly banks owning for their own account. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Are there any questions? No questions? All right. Anything further?
Just a couple more slides
to
run through.
Go ahead.
This slide illustrates the size of the team that brings together a bond financing deal like this. I should mention that Anna Sarabian is also here tonight. She's our financial advisor from Fieldman, has been instrumental in this deal. And here's our financing timeline. This bond issuance was recommended by the Finance Commission at the May 4th meeting. Tonight we're at the City Council meeting asking for Council to approve moving forward with this bond deal. We also did receive our rating just this afternoon. Wanted to brag a little bit about that. The city, it was reiterated that the city is a AAA credit, the highest credit that there is. And this particular rating issuance will be AA+, and that's because lease revenue bonds always have to be a step below whatever the issuing agency is. So it's just a thing the city should be very proud of. On the 25th, we're planning to post our preliminary official statement, pricing on July 8th, and hopefully closing the bonds on July 23rd. So tonight's staff is recommending that the council take the action to approve the Irvine Facilities Financing Authority Taxable Lease Revenue Bond Series 2026A in a par amount not to exceed $22 million. And we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? All right. Do we have any requests for public comment?
We do not, Mayor.
There being none, is there a motion to close the public hearing? I'll move it. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Martinez Franco. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Oh, Councilmember Liu, are you trying to get my attention? All right, let's hold off on the motion for a moment.
Just have we can close the hearing first.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Treseder.
Yes.
And Mayor Chairman Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
All right, the public hearing is closed. Is there a motion by council members or otherwise? Councilmember Liu?
Just some questions because I'm not familiar with what the financing part of it. So can you explain what changed between the April 25 pre-development agreement and today's number? Like what's the reason for the increase in the number that we're looking at right now from 14 to 17 million to 22?
I want to say that the plan is to borrow, and maybe Steve Torelli could help me with this, but the plan is to borrow around 16 million. But typically when you go to borrow monies like this, we want to set a ceiling that gives us some flexibility. Hopefully.
Yeah, happy to take that question. Steve Torelli, Director of Great Park, and I also have Tom Carpenter here as a representative of OmQuest. Because the financing documents needed to be done before the final cost estimates were due, the value of the bonds was set higher than probably needed in order to get the authorization from council. When they actually get priced and sold in a few weeks, we'll have those cost estimates, I think, the end of next week or the following week. But these data points were needed about a month ago for all of the work to get through with the bond ratings. And so that's why they were done a little bit higher than originally anticipated, but to make sure we had enough coverage when going to council, we had that authorization level. But they won't exceed that level, and obviously as part of the lease with OmQuest, they would be responsible to pay whatever the cost of the bonds are, whatever the debt service is on, regardless of what the sizing is.
And I believe our financial advisor has an answer.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Just to add to what Steve said, absolutely, we always set the not to exceed par amount higher to provide for some cushion because the final debt service is locked in at the time we price. But in addition to sizing the bonds for the project fund, there is going to be capitalized interest that will be funding the first few years of debt service while the project is being built and completed. And so that adds to the size of the bonds. So there's the project fund, the capitalized interest, and costs of issuance. And that entire amount adds up to the par amount, which we expect will be lower than the 22 million, but again, like to be conservative and include some cushion.
Thank you. And another question, and I'm completely ignorant about this kind of things. I know that normally municipal bonds are probably not taxable, or a lot of times they're not taxable, and you're saying these are more like treasury bonds that the interest income will be taxable. Does that affect how whether we'll be able to get a premium on issuing these bonds?
So as our underwriter mentioned earlier, typically the city has issued tax-exempt bonds, and because the use of the proceeds is for public use, and so they benefit from the tax exemption, and those projects were typically operated by the city. Here we have a private party, and so there is private use. It will still benefit the public, but because of the private use, that's why the bonds are taxable. And as Sarah mentioned, taxable bonds have different investor audience, but are still sold in the marketplace and just another municipal debt instrument.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. All right. I guess at this point we'll now proceed to the recommended staff actions. As noted by staff. So before I call for a motion, however, I want to ask our city clerk to explain the process and procedure for handling the balance of this item.
For this item, it's just a motion to recommend, it's just action to adopt the 2 resolutions before you. I think you might be thinking of the next item, which is the special election.
All right.
And if I may clarify too, Mayor, there's 1 resolution for the City Council to approve and 1 resolution for the Financing Authority to approve, and those can be done in one vote, one motion.
All right, and the motion would be to adopt?
To adopt the 2 resolutions.
The 2 resolutions.
Correct.
I'll so move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Absent any further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Treceder.
Yes.
And Mayor Chairman Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
That takes care of item 5. Shall we, well, I guess at this point, I'll move that we adjourn the special joint meeting with the Irvine Facilities Financing Authority. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Board Member Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Treceder.
Yes.
And Mayor Chairman Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. With that, we move, well, at this point, we reconvene, just so we can keep this all straight for everybody. We're reconvening to the City Council meeting and take up item number 6, public hearings. I'm going to suggest that when we're finished with item 6, that we take a brief recess, but that's just a suggestion at this time that my colleagues might consider. With that, would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Designation of the City of Irvine Community Facilities District number 2013-3B, Great Park, Improvement Area number 19, and special election regarding levy of a special tax.
All right. With that, I declare the public hearing now to be open. And I think we turn now to our staff one more time for further elucidation of this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm Josh Brooks, Deputy Director of Administrative Services. The item before you is to consider formation of the Improvement Area 19. Just to run through the background slide in the interest of time, there's been numerous improvement areas formed, and all of these are in support of the Great Park build-out. In this particular instance, Heritage Fields has conveyed all the property in this future Improvement Area 19 to the Great Park Retail LLC. The Great Park Retail LLC as landowner is petitioning to form Improvement Area 19. It's 11.1 acres, planned for approximately 90,000 square feet of retail. Again, this is the Canopy project, include a supermarket, dining, and shopping. This is located at the intersection of Great Park Boulevard and Beacon, adjacent to the Great Park Sports Park. Again, here's an aerial. The red circle to the middle left of the map is the improvement area that is asking to be formed tonight. The formation process started on May 12th with the approval of intention and the call for the public hearing, which is today, and that would be step 2 to hold the public hearing, designate Improvement Area 19, and determine it needs to incur bonded indebtedness not to exceed $5 million. Like most improvement areas, special taxes will be used to fund authorized facilities and services within the area. This is not to approve any bond monies tonight. Staff would return to the council upon the landowner's request to issue bonds. There's numerous steps to this, so I think I'll just let the clerk help us through those steps.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn to our city clerk at this time, and perhaps you can guide us through the technical procedures here.
Absolutely, Mayor. So the first part, there are no requests to speak. So I think the first part of this process would be to close the public hearing.
All right, I'll so move that we close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0. So then with that, Mayor, the first part of this process would be the City Council's consideration of recommended action item numbers 2 through 4, which are resolutions authorizing the levy of a special tax within Improvement Area 19, determining the necessity to incur bonded indebtedness and submitting a proposition to the qualified electors thereof, and then calling a special election for the purpose of approving a special tax in Improvement Area 19.
And would a motion to that effect be appropriate at this time?
Correct, for action items 2, 3, and 4.
I'll so move. Is there a second? Nodding doesn't count. You've got to
Second.
actually.
I'll second.
All right. Seconded by, I think it was Vice Mayor Mai. Motion and a second. Would the, was there any discussion? There being none, it's time for the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll. Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0. So then at this time, I'll open the ballot.
This is right up there with the Academy Awards.
I just can't make it as fun as the Academy Awards. Mayor, with a total number of 12 votes, all those are in the affirmative.
Excellent. 12-0. With that, next step.
So then the next step, Mayor, would be for you to call for a motion to adopt the resolution declaring the results of the election, which is listed as recommended action number 6.
Also move. Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Absent discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Excellent.
So
Next
then
step.
the last step, Mayor, is to introduce for first reading and read by title only the ordinance before you, and I'm happy to read that into the record.
Well, I'll do that. I'll introduce it, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, acting as the legislative body of the City of Irvine Community Facilities District number 2013-3B, Great Park, levying special taxes within improvement area number 19 of the City of Irvine Community Facilities District number 2013-3B, Great Park. All that's wrapped in one motion.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Absent any requests for discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Excellent. I think our work is done with respect to that item. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Peterson. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute recess. That's all I need. Is that all right?
Mayor, can I just make a point of order?
Yes.
Is it possible that we could maybe do some agenda work since we've been here since noon? With regard to the audit, you know, I think we've all read the staff reports. The audit item 7.1 includes, you know, significant expense. That may be something that we'd be willing to take up at the next meeting or after the August budget meeting. And then the other one would be the ranked choice voting item. My understanding, I received information just a little while ago from Councilmember Treseder a few hours ago that, you know, multiple pages of red line that I haven't had a chance to review. And I do believe that can still manage to be passed next meeting without any problem with respect to putting that on the ballot if a majority of the council wanted to do that. So I would just ask through the chair if that's something that we would consider, given that we still have other items even after that.
Yeah, I would consider it. I'm a little hesitant to provide any guidance. What I would suggest is we just take a brief recess. I know it's been our intention to end our meetings by 10 o'clock if we can. And I would just suggest we take a recess, come back. We can decide where to proceed after that. Does that make sense?
Nice about it.
All right, I'm going to declare a recess. Let's absolutely limit it to 5 minutes, all right? Thank you.
What we ended up looking at was pare it down to where it's manageable. And I just want to thank staff for turning this around quickly and getting us the information so that we can move to analysis. The three main items were primarily of high interest to look into was the 2022 severance package at level 1, the COVID fund at level 2, and the SWIFT gondolas at level 3.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said number 3, the severance packages?
Number 1, the first item is the 2022 severance packages at level 1.
Level 1.
Yeah, the COVID fund usage at level 2. And the gondolas project at level 3. So the motion would be to come back with us on, hopefully on a pricing that would not be prohibitive in moving forward. So obviously, once the amount is back is when we would be able to approve those levels. Does anyone else want to add other items of interest?
Councilmember Treceder?
Yeah, thank you. No, Councilmember Go is accurate and accurately reflects what I was hoping for. I guess the question that I have for Councilmember Go is, does he want the staff to give the presentation or skip it? Oh, yeah, just what the presentation was that they were asked to give. Do you want to skip that or have it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, I'm losing track here. The staff was asked to present what?
At the May 12th, so the City Council directed staff to return within 60 days with potential audit and review options for the identified projects. And the staff has prepared a presentation with responding to that direction.
Isn't that what the staff just did?
Yes.
They submitted. You just did that?
Correct.
All right.
Okay, all right.
So we've had a staff presentation. We've had Councilmember Go's comments. And I'll now call on Councilmember Treceder. Did you have something further?
No, I am done, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. So we had, I believe it was 9 items on this, and I think what Councilmember Go stated was pretty much what we had thought would be more sensible. The goal is to find out what we could do, obviously, to improve our spending and to see if there's anything we can learn from these past projects. And the way I hope we can learn is to see what went wrong, what we can do, and moving forward, if there's any policy changes that we need to implement and add. So we came up with these 3 items at the levels that we thought would be appropriate, and that's why we came up with all these. But I was wondering if William was making a motion formally, or we're waiting for public comment first.
Do we have public comments? We'll take the public comments first. Okay.
Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I mean, what my colleagues called for and what we voted on was to basically get a line item, and this is telling us if we want a line item, forensic audit, for example, it costs us $2.3 million to do. I mean, am I correct in saying that? This is basically what it says.
2.3 million is the estimate for all 9?
Right.
Correct.
So if we wanted to do a full, thorough investigation on this, it'll cost us 2.3 plus million. Even if we wanted to just find out, as my colleagues wanted to find out, line items. It's quite interesting that we wanted a forensic audit, and frankly, we can't afford $2.3 million to do a forensic audit now. But that's just my observation that
All right. Before I call on you, Councilmember Liu, let me weigh in. All right. How many requests are there from citizens to be heard?
We have 14 requests to speak, Mayor.
14. Well, we want to get to them pretty soon, but let me just offer my comments. First of all, this business of doing audits, I've seen this picture before, and particularly it's noteworthy in election years. Everybody wants to call for an audit. Look at this, look at that. It seems like the responsible thing to do. In this instance, it's entirely irresponsible. Irresponsible.
Here, I had too much time in my hands during the weekend, and I went all the way to 2008 to see if we have crisis. In 2009, we tapped into the reserves with a little over $7 million to secure all the continuity of services. And it's normal, right? We were in depression. So if you remember, there was a depression. It would be abnormal if we didn't have to dip into the reserves. In 2011, there was another dip in reserves, but instead of calling it budget deficit, they call it breach plan at work to cover the budget gap. So that is another thing, that after that, every 2 years, they were using a budget gap as a cover the deficit. So we have had deficit for a while. So, and as a matter of fact, about predictions, and I want to say that they predicted by next year our reserves, and that was in 2023, I believe. Yes, 2023, they predicted that our reserves, our revenue, was gonna outpace our expenses. So we're gonna have a big chunk of revenue, which we know now it hasn't happened. So projections, again, I'm gonna repeat again, are projections only. And the budget gaps have been happening throughout the years and have been replenished with the special funds or emergency funds. The only year that I saw that it was kind of good, it was 2013. Let me see, it says that Sean Joyce said in prior years, staff made predictions of depleting all reserves by the end of 2011 due to the sharp drop in revenues resulting from recession. However, by that year, the city was able to restore the funding levels to $20.9 million. So I just want to make sure that we are not blowing this out of proportion. We are a great city. Last time I checked, none of us are CPAs, and our finance people have been always balanced the budget and have been able to catch on time before we really turn into a big emergency. And I am very grateful they brought us this to light because we are able to correct now rather than to wait until it's too late. But these deficits or budget gaps have been happening through the history of Irvine. So even, and if you don't believe me, the budgets are every June, starting in 2009, you can start looking at the budgets and you're gonna see all the budget covers that we have done. So with that, I just wanna say that, yes, let's do the analysis on all these, and I will support level 1 on all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Mai, I'll call on you now, and then I'll say something, and then we'll turn to the commenters who have requested to be heard. Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is the first step of looking back on how we got into the situation itself. I know a lot of people have been downplaying this not being a financial situation or something that we need to worry about. It's true that Irvine has been in the past in a situation similar to this. It's the first time that we've faced $6.3 million deficit, projected $9 million deficit, and in projected 2029, which is just a couple of years ago, a ways at $47 million deficit. That's what we're facing. I think what you need to do is, and what we should be doing, is looking back on where the spending was, taking an analysis on why we're at this level and why are we projected to have an enormous deficit. There's nothing wrong with looking back and saying, hey, this is where we did something wrong, or maybe we should have did something better. For example, since we're talking about targeted items that were on this list here, we're talking about where's the gondola? Where's the demo unit? That cardboard, where's that cardboard demo unit? It's in some warehouse somewhere? I mean, it doesn't take a $600,000 audit to do that. You know, we should just be answering some of these questions at a simple level, and we should be looking at each individual one and maybe asking the hard questions now. Where's the money? Why did we spend it? Who has the money? Who made out like a bandit on some of these things? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I think that it's appropriate to analyze and to look back, but I think these numbers of the audit are just a little crazy. But I'm supportive of a level 1 audit, maybe level 2, or as whatever my council colleagues see fit. Thank you.
Before I call on you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco, I want to say a couple of things further. Councilmember Liu said we need to find the source of the overspending. To the extent that there was overspending, you just look in the mirror. We're the ones who authorized the spending. If there was misspent funds, somehow waste or whatever, that's different. That might involve the staff. But the suggestion that there's been overspending, which I don't think there's been a great deal of here, you got to look to yourselves. Look in the mirror. There have been a lot of things that have come up, many of them small, others larger. This in and of itself is a massive spending project. Not only the dollars involved, but the staff hours, 400 to 1,200 staff hours, 2,500 to 7,500 staff hours. Be prudent, be thoughtful, be selective. Let me tell you 2 of these that were suggested. How the federal COVID money was spent from 2021 to 2025. We've already been audited on that. The federal government audits us. They do a colonoscopy on all this. The federal government audits, take a look at their audits. Take a look at our own records. It's available to you. Use some of your office staff. The 6-month severance packages offered to city staff in 2022. We lived it, Councilmember Carroll, you and I, we lived through that. Managing our way through COVID, and that included severance packages that were offered to city staff in 2022. As people began to come back to work, it was an opportunity to reshape the staff and the work schedules and so forth. All that is available to us, not through an audit, but just through simple examination of what we did and when. It's all available. Use some of your staff on this. Hire an auditor and attorneys. Doesn't make any sense. I would suggest, and I want to hear from the public, but if you want to take a look at history here, how budgets have been put together in the past, how projects have been proposed and executed in the past, you be very selective about it. Pick one, pick two, but be very, very thoughtful and rely on our own staff initially, wherever possible. Some of these, it's listed here, the purchase of the All-American Asphalt Plant. That was one of the most amazing deals ever conducted. Councilmember Carroll and I were there. We helped put it together. I don't know why you would want to audit that. That's likely to bring us $200 million or more. And in fact, we kind of celebrated all that this morning with the opening of the groundbreaking of Gateway Village. So, I want to hear from the public now. Let's go.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for the record, when I originally announced the amount of speakers, we had 15. We had one late request after you asked to close the queue, so I'll defer to you. Do we take that individual as well?
Sure.
Okay.
Take it, that's it.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Joanne Slobodian, Jay Bruce, Julie Hyman, and Sandy L.
Everybody's limited to 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. And we'll start with Susan Sayer.
Yes, good evening again. My name's Susan Sayer, and I'm a longtime Irvine resident. Irvine is in a bit of a budget crisis, and thus I think Irvine should limit projects that are a bit flamboyant and for which there are less expensive and more feasible means to accomplish the same project goals. I'm particularly interested in eliminating the Swift City Swish Gondola project. First of all, the existing Swift Cities contracts were entered into by the city manager, Oliver Chi, which reportedly bypassed city council and commission review and approval. Contracts related to transportation projects of this size should be reviewed and approved by commissions and the city council. The overall project is expected to be extremely expensive and not really feasible to meet the Great Park tourism transportation needs. As I recall, the gondolas hold small numbers of passengers and their frequency is about 15 minutes. A bus or tram transportation system would be much more appropriate for meeting Great Park transportation requirements. Secondly, my research indicates that the only Swift Cities gondola project is in New Zealand, and their project reportedly has yet to be completed. We have no real existing example of what we would be getting if we continued in this Swift Cities Swish gondola project.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Joanne Slobodian.
Hi again.
Hi.
Tonight I want to speak about accountability. The city is already facing budget challenges. We know there are deficits. We know residents are asking difficult questions. We also know significant sums have been spent on projects that continue to generate controversy. The response to those questions should never be to make review appear impossible. Through Public Records Act requests, I have learned that the public cannot always independently verify the information behind important decisions. That is one reason independent audits are so important. In a June 4, 2026 Public Records Act response regarding Oak Creek, Ashley Urib reported there are no responsive records. explaining how the 75% compensatory development threshold is defined, calculated, applied, or whether it has been met. That is exactly why independent review and clear documentation matter. Whether mistakes are made or not, taxpayers deserve to know. I support Councilmember Melinda Liu's request for an independent review. Seeking answers is not a political exercise. Oversight is a fundamental responsibility of good government, especially when public records cannot answer basic questions the public has a right to understand. As a past auditor, I can tell you true accountability comes from an elected auditor who is independent of City Hall and directly accountable to voters. Please vote for the audit. Thank you so much.
Jay Bruce.
You welcome.
Hello, council members. Speaking for myself again, I just wanted to highlight the purpose here is to determine how the deficit happened, purportedly. But the purpose of an audit is to reveal wrongdoing, which is why I think any third-party audit is going to come back clean, because city staff were not non-compliant. The question you want answered isn't whether staff broke the rules, it's about whether we should have spent the money on these projects in the first place. For many of the items on these lists, as the mayor accurately pointed out, these are council decisions or completely out in the open. I mean, it was right, Councilmember Melinda Liu for taking out most of those projects, especially All-American Asphalt, the OCPL withdrawal, the Armstrong Avenue purchase. Those were completely before the council and had nothing to do with staff, even if there were lots of funds spent for those projects. And just reviewing what happened to those projects doesn't require an external firm, because there's no needless searching for mismanagement. It is a political audit because you're trying to audit for mismanagement that doesn't exist and making it look like you're solving an unrelated deficit problem, because frankly, these projects did not lead to the deficit as we saw in the mid-cycle budget review. If you want to answer if maybe we should have been more strict about those projects, if we shouldn't have spent that money, then we should just do a level 1 staff-led review of those projects, not doing an external audit, which will come back.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Julie.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. You all have heard from me recently in my kind of professional capacity speaking for JCAN, and I'll just say very briefly, as members of the Jewish community, we favor transparency, especially matters pertaining to DEI. We've seen with the best of intentions how when things go behind closed doors, things can go off the rails. We saw in Santa Ana. So from that perspective, we favor transparency, and we ask for support on that. With respect to the audit, I'm going to speak as a resident of Irvine, and I've lived here for most of my life. The projects, at least a couple of them that were identified for audits, look to me like they really need a look by a third-party set of eyes. Just watching what's happened with the Office of Inclusive Excellence from the dais, I don't remember, I think it was Councilmember Mai asked, was an office approved or does an office exist? And staff said no, but then it appeared as a line item, and at some point it was said existing staff would do it, and then suddenly a budget appeared, and there was so much confusion, and it was mentioned tonight too. There's confusion around what even was approved and what the process was around that, and that's one of the only items I've watched closely, but it looks like if there's a $6 million deficit as a resident of Irvine, I'd really like to see a third-party set of eyes on how we got to this point. Thank you.
Sandy, and if I could also call forward Myra F., Steve, Carol L., Stacy K., and Heidi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Responsible leadership is demonstrated by having the courage to examine past decisions honestly, especially when legitimate questions concerning a budget deficit are involved. The mayor is the chief elected representative of the city. More than anyone else, he sets the tone for transparency, accountability, and public trust. And this is why this moment matters. Every member of this council is a steward of taxpayer dollars. Stewards ask questions, verify facts, and welcome scrutiny. And stewards make sure that every public dollar is spent wisely, lawfully, following proper procedures consistent with council direction and for the benefit of the community. When a city faces a budget deficit, elected officials should be demanding more information, not less. I urge you to review all of the 9 items identified. These are not partisan or political questions, they're fiduciary questions. Because an independent audit is not a threat to good government, it's proof of good government. Importantly, because these questions involve decisions made under the leadership of the city, the answers cannot come solely from the same system that made these decisions. They must come from an independent review. This is not 2014. I trust you will hire a reputable and responsible auditor.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Myra.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you asked for a specific example. I'm here to present you with one. In the June 23 staff report, there's a line item for an Office of Inclusive Excellence. That's a specific example where this council has repeatedly addressed the issue of whether or not such an office should be created. I've been before you many times to discuss whether or not this office should be created. Each time this council has specifically voted not to establish the office, but send it back for further review and comment. Yet somehow, it's a line item in the budget with hundreds of thousands of dollars already allocated to it, with a staff, program, operational activities, and budget. How does that happen? How do you vote not to do something, yet it shows up? That's why we need someone to look at what's happening in the city council with its staff to figure out why things are showing up that you're not voting on. Is the council turning a blind eye? I hope not. Is the staff doing things they shouldn't be doing? I hope not. But to have the staff look at this very issue makes absolutely no sense, because it's someone who's putting it before you when you haven't agreed to do it. In that situation, we need an audit.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Steve.
Welcome.
Good evening. I've been Irvine resident for 36 years. Our city is wonderful. It's a wonderful place to live. And I just passed the to the council some published materials about our city being #1 in fiscal, what's it called, fiscal strength and national state budget awards. It's all great, but unfortunately, there's something amiss here. We have a $6.4 million budget deficit, and according to what I just heard, it is projected to be $9 million budget deficit. And it's concerning. We have an ever-expanding population here in the city. We have traffic problems, but we also have the expansive and expensive bureaucracy here. We have beautiful buses in the city which run almost always empty. It costs a lot of money. We are adding a useless, ridiculously useless DEI at a rate of about $1 million a year, as far as I understand. And now, amazingly, we have a budget deficit. No self-promotion will fix that.
Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments.
Carol?
Council members that voted, the majority of the council members voted yes to approve the office, and I directed to be created the office with a budget that was already approved with the COVID funds, with one only staff. But if the members of the community are saying that we have $1 million, which I don't believe that we have that much, I want it to be audited, because I want to know where is it coming from, too. So with that said, I still would approve to keep on auditing level 1 on all of them. I don't feel comfortable on spending more money, and if we're going to spend money, let's audit it since 2008. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco, Councilmember Liu, then Councilmember Mai, then Councilmember Carroll.
purpose of this, I'm going to say it again, is to increase transparency. And obviously, again, we are not accusing anybody of any wrongdoing. We're just being very selective with the 9 items, and we actually pared it down to 3. Yes, I already asked for more meetings and briefings on budgets, and I do use my staff to do some research, but we're also trying to find out and have this published so the public will be able to see that. If all we need to do is to have the existing audit reports into become a shorter report in another meeting for the public to see, then so be it. I am open to any suggestions, and like I said, we are willing to pare it down to 3 items, and I'll explain why we picked the 3. The 2022 severance package, we would like to know what the impact is on our pension liabilities. I mean, staffing is one of the biggest expenses that we have, and so we're looking into that, right? And the other thing is COVID funding. I believe that was one of the things that Councilmember Treseter brought up, and I think she was trying, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think she was trying to figure out how we spend the one-time money, because in other cities, they put it in investing, and they, for example, I believe it was West Sacramento, now they have free childcare completely because they decided to use their one-time COVID money into investing in an infrastructure and a service for their residents. Next time when we come into some kind of one-time money, maybe that's what we can consider. Swift City Gondola, I believe that is one of the things that we all didn't get a chance, well, not that we're on the council, but the council back then didn't get a chance to review. So maybe that was a structural change that we need to look into. These are things that we're looking to see how we can do better and how we can be more efficient, how we can be more responsible with taxpayer money. Again, I'm open to any one of these being a level 1, if that's satisfactory to everybody. But I am not looking for any wrongdoing. I'm not looking to spend more money. If it warrants more investigation, maybe, but as of right now, that's not what I want to do. And the intention is definitely not political.
Are you done? All right. Councilmember Mai, then Councilmember Carroll, and Councilmember Treseter.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to add some commentary on here. Irvine has always been this great, growing, small, medium, now large city. And we have an opportunity here to do things differently when cities become the size of where we're at right now. There's big cities out there that do things differently than Irvine has done them traditionally. And it's part of progress. Progress, I think, requires transparency, opening up books and taking a look of where we were at. And I think that, I'm going to say something that's a little probably unpopular, but, these audits here, they're being requested because the majority of city council here, the majority of the individuals sitting up here, lost confidence in the former city manager. And we want an independent look at all of this. That's why this exists here. This is why we're discussing this. Nothing else.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to see through the chair where we were at. So what's the current state of this?
Well, I asked the question a few minutes ago myself. What's the pleasure of the council? We can keep talking about this. We can move on to other subjects. We can entertain a motion. These are questions that I asked.
Okay, so if I may, Mayor, through the chair, what are the 3 items that are being considered? I guess, was it Councilmember Go?
There were 3 here. How was the COVID money spent? the 6-month severance packages offered to city staff in 2022, and the proposed Swift Cities gondola project that was terminated. And level 2 for the COVID money, level 1 for the 6-month severance packages, level 3 for the proposed Swift Cities gondola project. That was what Councilmember Go suggested.
What's the status through the chair of the DEI Office of Excellence Inclusion? Don't include that?
That's not on the list. It's whatever.
Well, through the chair, can I ask?
Yes.
Councilmember Go, we're not doing that?
You'd like it directed to Councilmember Go?
That's the one that I threw on there. I know everybody has their pet things. I think we have half the Jewish community in Orange County here who would like to have that. What happened to it?
So after hearing, I didn't make the motion prior because I wanted to hear feedback and the public as well. So after hearing everyone's feedback, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the consensus right now for majority-wise is to go ahead and do a level 1 for all the items, and then for staff to come back on pricing for a level 2 on the COVID funds, and perhaps, you know, I'll take feedback for anything beyond that. So that would be the base start.
So level 1 for all of
for all items, because that's from what I heard.
Let me ask, when you say all items, you mean all 3 items? Or do you mean?
The complete list is, I don't know, other council members can speak up from what I heard from them.
Can you just read them out? Because I don't have it in front of me. So yeah, what is it?
They are federal COVID funding, 2021-25, City Hall renovations, 22-25, 22 severance packages, State of the Great Park, Swift Cities gondola project, All-American asphalt plant purchase, Irvine Library system transition, the Armstrong property purchase, and the DEI Office of Inclusive Excellence.
So, okay, thank you. What is this going to cost?
Well, level 1, it would be staff time. And then anything that has dollar amounts, we'd like for staff to come back to us on the dollar amount prior to approving the actual.
Okay, so, sorry, let me just try to reclaim some time because I haven't really said anything on this. So level 1 is just the staff getting all the information organized and distributed to us? Is that what it is? It's internal only? I mean, I know there's a lot, but Dale, can you talk to us about that?
Yes, based on the way we've structured this framework, level 1 would be staff would compile the information and make it available to council.
So we don't have to go out and spend taxpayer dollars on auditors?
That is correct.
Okay. I mean, I think I can get my arms around that. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but it appears like, I mean, we could all get that information. I think the mayor had said that. You know, I'm doing my own little due diligence. I had no less than 3 members of the staff of, the staff, I'm sorry, I'm going to compliment, this is a great staff, including the man sitting there, Dale, the CFO. And yeah, we approved a lot of stuff and stuff's been paid and everybody has their feelings about the city manager and, you know, and he's gone and that's that. We can get all the information. You could put it on a Dropbox. Everybody in the public can download it. It's all, this is a public agency. It's going to show vendors being, you know, spending a lot of money and probably overspending a lot. And I mean, like I said, I just got 3 emails on this office of whatever, the DEI, and I'm just happy to report. In May of 2023, Councilmember Carroll voted a hard no community, and Mayor Agrin and Councilmember Trasuter voted a yes on that with then Vice Mayor Kim and I guess Mayor Khan. And I'm looking again, and a couple of years later, there's another vote on it, and I'm not voting for that either. But I guess there's all kinds of issues around this thing. Call me crazy, but I thought we had the most diversely integrated community in the United States of America, and then I watched the complete thing devolve. Some of us weren't up here during the Gaza thing, war. You know, like, I don't know why we need this extra stuff. So we should audit the hell out of that. I can't even believe it that we have that. This is the city on the hill that we don't need DEI for. Go establish DEI in some other town. Go be performative in some other city. We're okay. Diverse. You guys are all looking at the diversity right up here. And if you don't want to look at us, look at our spouses. I mean, so yeah, I'd love to look into that. And I think level one makes a heck of a lot of sense. And if then the council members want to spend, and go into these investigations and witch hunts, let them do that, But Oliver's gone. And if any of you want to ask what I said to Oliver Chi on Veterans Day, I guess a couple of years ago, and he's willing to tell you, why don't you ask him? But I did it back there in that room, quietly. I didn't do it publicly. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think the level one thing makes a lot of sense. I think that the council, probably the staff, owes it to us to tell us, including the city manager that resigned and is leaving in August. Maybe you can put your microphone on and tell us. Why don't you give us the exit interview right now, Mr. Crumby, and tell us how much staff time this is going to cost. Because if you tell us the truth, probably going to vote no. Because this is just an exercise in incredible inefficiency and futility. And I imagine it would be hard for us to ask your team, your 1,000 people, to go continue to build us a great park, to go ahead and do great budget work, to protect the safest city in America with that guy over there in the uniform to the right of you, and to do all the legal agreements involved to build out Gateway and the affordable community, a part of Gateway, to the guy to the left of you. But why don't you tell us? And you don't have to, but tell us, how much staff time is this all going to cost? Rather than us sit up here, it's too late, so let's just get the honesty. How much staff time is that going to be?
I believe our finance team has put together estimates, and we're happy to do that.
How much, Dale? How many hours?
So depending on the level that we choose, it could be...
The level one, Dale.
The level one is between 400 to 1,200 hours.
Okay, so how many FTEs is that doing this versus something else?
0.2 to 0.6 FTEs.
Translate. We're not, I'm following you, but the other 6 will need to understand that.
About a half a person's time, but in the reality, it's going to be dispersed throughout the city depending on who's working on the project or most familiar with the project. Of course, staff in the Finance Administrative Service Department would be impacted. Over the 1 to 3 months, we would be gathering this information.
One FTE is 1,080 hours a year, is that right?
One FTE is 2080.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2080 hours per year.
Yes.
So we're talking about how many people for how long?
Well, we're talking probably a large amount of, I would say maybe 5 to 7 people dispersed into different departments, primarily in finance, maybe in some of the other departments, depending on which the projects are. Actually, it could be even more than 7, maybe 10.
So let me ask you, Dale, for those of us that are a little budget-minded up here that think that we're in a budget crisis, give me an idea of how much money that we're talking about. I'm guessing that's not in your, is that in your budget that we just passed?
No.
We would use current staff time. We wouldn't hire an additional person to do it. We would utilize current staffing to provide this information.
Right, but if you can absorb it all, great. Advise us and tell us you can absorb the whole thing and get everything done that we just passed. But you need to tell us. I mean, if you know, you don't have to tell me, but I need to make an informed decision and vote.
We will absorb it.
You'll do it. Because that's the Irvine level of service. We can do absolutely everything under the sun. We can have every event. We can burn Melissa and her entire team doing 2,000 events a year, right, Mr. Crumby? Is that right? We can do it all because we're Irvine. Okay. Well, then I guess I'm going to vote yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
First of all, I just want to say that I object to the way that Councilmember Carroll just talked to Mr. Crumby right now. I think Mr. Crumby has done his very best as a city manager. I appreciate his work. I don't blame him for wanting to leave. It's all very reasonable. from his point of view, I'm sure. And I can understand where he'd be coming from. All right, we've heard in this discussion a lot of, I'll just say rhetorical fallacies, including ad hominem attacks, hyperbole, the slippery slope fallacy, condescension, accusations that we're not somehow using our staff well or looking at this information, even though clearly we care a lot about it. And then also, I think, attempts to blame those of us up here for the current budget shortfall when the staff did say one of the main reasons is the COVID funding being spent not as one-time funds, but as recurring funds that we cannot keep up with, which is why our deficit is going to balloon in a few years. The staff have also pointed to the severance packages being one of the reasons that we're in trouble right now, because so many employees decided to take them because they were so lucrative that also put us in the hole. The Swift Cities Gondola project, I don't think anybody up here voted to make the fake tram that cost $700,000. That's just insulting to imply that. And in fact, I think us wanting to know how that happened is a way for us to protect funding in the future. If this happened because of circumstances that are not applicable now, that's great. We can feel a little bit more confident going forward. But if it's because there's some sort of system in place that those of us up here don't know about that allows this to happen, then absolutely we need to close that gap and make sure that doesn't happen. So I think the accusations that we're just doing a witch hunt and just trying to throw things out there with no end in sight and we have no idea what we're looking for, and this is all actually our fault because we're not somehow vigilant. You know, I've asked for information. Swift Cities, I asked for information umpteenth times. And in the end, the way that we got the information was by my office staff going through and combing through the contracts on our transparency portal to find that these things were made. And I don't expect that we got all of them because, you know, we're trying to look for certain key phrases. We don't know all the key phrases that they were filed under. So yes, we are trying to be good stewards. We are not imagining the projection of a $30 million deficit in the next few years, and it is incumbent on us to do something about it. Now, in terms of what we want to look at, I'm fine with level 1 funding for all of them. I don't need that. I think the 3 things that we identified, I would be satisfied with, because we did attempt to target the things that, 1, got us especially into this mess, or 2, potentially could be emblematic of more systemic problems. I don't think we need to look at every little thing here if there's something that's repeated across them. So I prefer to have the COVID funds be level 2. Swift Cities, level 3, great, but if somebody else wants to have another one, it might be that somebody up here wants to have the OC library system exit be level 3. That is fine with me. But regardless, what I suggest, I think maybe, I lost track if Councilmember Go was actually making a motion or not, but I don't want to commit to doing these audits right now because we don't have the estimates that are line item. Right now, we just have the estimates across all the items. So like 2.3 million would be a level 4 forensic investigation for all the items. But if we just take, say, like a particular one be level 3, a particular one be level 2, how much would those particular items cost? We can bring that back and then decide on that then. I think we'll be more informed. In terms of level 1 for everything, I agree that this could take a lot of time. I'm not sure it's necessary for all of them, but at the same time, if this is what my colleagues want, then I'm happy to support that. Thanks.
Let me just, if I might, Councilmember Treceder, I think you perhaps hit on a resolution of our procedural dilemma at this point. If I heard you correctly, if this committee or the group of three who had offered the memo in the first place were to get together and decide, maybe with sitting down with staff as well, which items you want to proceed with a level 1 audit and bring it back to us. Could be at the very next meeting. I think that'd be a good place to begin. To try to actually sort it out here at the dais, I think will be a kind of a fool's errand. I just can't imagine us successfully doing that in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So if you'd like to move in that direction, you've got my support. I just think coming back to us with a proposal, a level 1 proposal, if you want to go further with something else, a specific proposal that you think can be supportive. Is that where you were going?
No, sir. I am leery of having subcommittees take things back and look at them. I think it can be a way just to delay. And then when they bring it back, then you say, well, let's look at this a little bit more, and then it gets delayed again.
All right, so you want to do it tonight then?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. I'm sorry for those who are here for 7.2. Let's keep going. Councilmember Liu.
May I just add a suggestion? It sounds like from public comments and what's been said on the dais, there's several things that nobody had an interest in further investigation, so we can pare it down from the list of 9. So we'll save staff time, and then, you know, and then we can have a proposal back on how much it will cost us to do a level 2, is it level 2, on the COVID fund, and then level 3 for the Swift City Gondola, and then we can look a little deeper into that and see if it's worth it. I mean, at this time, I believe we all can agree that there's existing audit reports. I mean, we do quarterly reports, annual reports, semi-annual reports all the time. So if that's a possibility, all we need to do is to have that compilation. So let's pare that down. I believe we're looking at COVID fund, severance package, Swift City, and is there an interest in library? And then Office of Inclusive Excellence. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different items. And so we can look at all of those on a level 1 level, and so we're not wasting staff time. Just get a quick report next time when they come back on kind of a synopsis of what happened. And then a proposal on the other 2 items that Councilmember Treseder would like to look a little deeper into to see if it's worth moving forward with that. Does that make sense? If I can't make that motion? Okay, so I'll make that motion now then. Okay, if we can all agree, then I'll make the motion. So I move to direct city staff. I'm sorry?
Quick question with
Councilmember.
I had a prior motion, but we never did a second, or
no, you didn't.
Does this now take
I don't think you actually made a motion.
No,
If you did, it was not seconded. So
I just want to clarify.
Did
I did ask if okay.
Motion is to do level 1 for all, and then come back with budget for level 2 for COVID.
All right, I'll tell you what.
So I move to direct staff to conduct I guess a level 1 audit on the following 5 items: federal COVID funding, 2022 severance packages, Swift City Gondola projects, Irvine's library system transition, and last is Office of Inclusive Excellence, all on level 1, and bring back proposals on, that was federal COVID funding on level 2 to see the with cost. And what was the next one? Swift City Gondola Project on level 3. And I don't know how many days you will need for that.
Is that a motion?
That will be my motion, yes.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, no.
Late.
All right. Let me, did you wish to speak to it further?
No, I think we've already exhausted all the arguments. So.
I'd like to speak to the motion. At least I would like to suggest that we be prudent enough to refer that to that motion, assuming it's adopted, that it be subject to referral to the staff to give us some idea of what that would cost, and then bring it back to us.
I believe what I'm proposing is all on level 1, which will be absorbed.
Well, then how many hours? We need to know how many hours that would involve. And you know, this idea that staff just kind of floats around waiting for us to give them more work to do, there's an opportunity cost with this. You eat up thousands of hours of staff time, that means there's something else that they're not working on.
I understand that, but I am assuming that will be within work time. And that's why I'm asking for an estimate on how much time they will need, whether it's 30 days, 60 days.
Well, that's why if your motion is adopted, I would hope it's a motion to have staff come back with this.
Right.
With some numbers attached, some real numbers attached. And of course, when it comes back, assuming there are dollars attached to it, we just adopted a balanced budget. Now, we have to ask ourselves, where would this work that wasn't included in the budget, where would the funding for it come from?
Dale, please correct me if I'm wrong. Are we charging by hours or are we paying a salary?
So for the level 1, we would absorb it within our current budget. If there's anything over and above that, I would recommend coming from one-time funding from the AMP fund for consulting hours when that decision comes to council to do a level 2 or higher.
So my understanding is level 1 is we're just compiling existing documents.
Correct.
That will be staff time.
Correct.
And we're not paying extra on doing this work.
That is correct.
Okay, that will be part of your regular daily.
We would prioritize this project.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that there could be opportunity costs, and that's why I'm asking how much time you will need. If there's anything more urgent, or please let me know.
I would just ask that you would give us adequate time to compile the records.
Maybe I could opine on that a little bit, Dale. The finance report that we're bringing back to the council on August 3rd is about 45 days from now.
Okay.
So we'd really like to focus during that 45 days to provide a quality product for the council.
Absolutely.
So if we could ask for maybe 60 days from that day to come back, that would be appreciated.
60 days sounds good. Councilmember Carroll?
Yeah, that sounds
60
good.
days from the August 3rd date.
They're okay.
Yeah,
If
60
these guys,
days
if they're
from,
okay with
yeah,
it.
and some of these might be moved after August 3rd. Thank you.
So, could the clerk read back the motion, please?
So the motion, as I understand it, is to direct staff to conduct a level 1 audit on the following 5 items. There's the COVID funding, the 2022 severance packages, the Swift Cities gondola project, the library transition, and the Office of Inclusion and Excellence. Bring back a proposal on the Swift Cities at a level 3 audit and the COVID funding at a level 2 audit, and return within 60 days from the August 3rd date.
Okay, let me just understand that. Level 1 on 5.
Level correct.
1 on 5, directing them to go back and do the work on level 1 on those 5 listed items. Is that correct? And then come back with a proposal as to what it would cost or what would be involved in a level, in additional work on, what did you say? Level
on
2?
The COVID, which would be the level 2, and Swift Cities gondola project at level 3.
So and that proposal would be coming back to us when?
As I understand it, it would be 60 days from August 3rd.
Okay. Okay. That's just a proposal. It's not putting out an RFP and hiring somebody and all that. Just the numbers.
Yes, just the numbers, so
Okay.
we can see if we
I get
even
it.
need to
And we'll
get
have a
there.
clear picture of what it costs.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, good. All right, I understand the motion. Is there a second?
There was a second by Councilmember Treceder, I believe. Oh, it was Councilmember Carroll. Apologies.
Councilmember Carroll seconded the motion. I'll call on Councilmember Martinez-Franco at this point, and let's see if we can move quickly toward a vote.
Yeah, I just have a point of clarification. So did we include number 4 as well in the motion? It's the cost of the 2025 State of the Great Park. Can we include that one too in level 1? Is that a friendly amendment?
Well, since there's no interest from the public or on the dais, I think it's better to save staff some time.
I'll do a substitute motion, and I want to include number 4.
There's a substitute motion offered. Is there a second?
I'll second it unless Council Members Liu and Carroll want to do a friendly amendment for their motion.
Substitute motion is seconded. Any discussion on the substitute motion? There being none, let's take a roll call vote on the substitute motion.
Sorry, Mayor, point of order. Can I just make a clarification?
Councilmember
So the
Carroll?
sub-motion, it just adds one more thing. And if we vote no, we just go back to Councilmember Liu?
Go back to the original motion. That's
Okay,
correct.
I got it. Sorry, thank you.
Councilmember Carroll.
No.
Councilmember Go.
Wait, can you clarify?
This is to add the State of the Great Park.
The substitute motion would add a level 1 review of the
Yes, that's fine.
2025 State of the Great Park event.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Councilmember Liu.
No.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
No.
Carries 4-3 with Councilmember Carroll, Councilmember Liu, and Mayor Agron voting no.
All right. The substitute motion having passed, I think we're done with this item. Well, that was easy. Okay. Let's move on. Item 7.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Resolutions ordering the submission to the qualified electors of the city a ballot measure related to ranked choice voting elections at the general municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, setting priorities for filing written arguments and providing for the filing of rebuttal arguments.
Let me just take a moment, if I might, to turn to our city attorney. Since this is a ballot measure item, if you could just review for us where we are in terms of schedule deadlines for putting something on the ballot. I want people to know how much or how little time we have going forward.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I think Carl has some additional detail to fill in on this, but the short of it is that there are 2 more regular meetings after this meeting that are before the formal ballot deadline, the legal deadline. Those meetings are on July 14th and July 28th. Those are regular meeting dates. Carl has had some correspondence with the Registrar of Voters Office confirming what we've talked about in prior meetings, which is that we could face significant logistic problems getting through all of the necessary hurdles, like, for example, the preparation of ballot arguments and impartial analyses in any time that made any sense at all if we proceeded on July 28th. So the upshot of that is that July 14th is the last regular meeting when we can confidently say we can get a ballot measure on the ballot for the November election this year.
All right. As long as everybody understands that. Carl, you go right ahead. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And again, I'm Carl Peterson, City Clerk. And before you this evening, our resolution submitting the ballot measure related to ranked choice voting at the November 3rd, 2026 general municipal election. So just a little bit of background. On April 28th, the City Council did discuss transitioning to ranked choice voting for municipal elections. And the City Council ultimately at that meeting directed the City Attorney to draft an ordinance transitioning to RCV beginning in 2028 and include a cost analysis. With that said, staff returned on June 9th. City Council again discussed the draft ordinance and associated cost analysis. And at that meeting, the council directed the city attorney and the city clerk to make certain revisions to the draft ordinance and include a financial limit in the amount of $710,440 and return today, June 23rd, with a package of necessary resolutions to submit the ordinance to the voters on November 3rd. So with that said, before you, the recommended actions, there's 3 resolutions before you. The first is a resolution formally submitting the measure to the voters on November 3rd, and attached to that resolution would be the ordinance. The second resolution sets the priorities for written arguments. That's attachment 2 to your staff report. That also includes direction to the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. And then the third resolution, which is attachment 3 in your staff report, provides for the filing of rebuttal arguments. Those are optional, but historically the City Council has permitted that for ballot measures. And then the fourth recommendation that we're asking for is $15,000, a budget adjustment for that $15,000 to come from the Asset Management Plan Fund for the ballot measure. So with respect to filing arguments, written arguments, so they may be filed with the city clerk by the city council or members of the city council that it authorizes, an individual voter who is eligible to vote on the measure, a bona fide association of citizens, or a combination of voters and associations. So those are the folks that can actually file an argument. Resolution, the second attachment, again, is the resolution. It authorizes but doesn't require the city council to file a written argument. However, it is required to designate authors. With that said, the council may authorize one or more of its members to prepare a written argument for or against and sign as either individuals or on behalf of the city council. Arguments cannot exceed 300 words, and they can't include more than 5 signers. They are due to the city clerk no later than Tuesday, July 7th by 5:30 p.m., which is close of business. And subsequently, a 10-day public review period follows with a deadline of July 17th by 5 p.m. If more than one argument for or one argument against the measure is filed with the city clerk, then the city clerk shall select one in favor and one against for the printing and distribution in the voter information guide. Now, the Elections Code sets priorities for that, so it's Elections Code 9287. It does require that the clerk give preference and priority as follows.
the city council or members of the city council it authorizes, the individual voter or a bona fide association of citizens or a combination of voters and associations who are the bona fide sponsors or proponents of the measure. Number 3 is a bona fide association of citizens. And then last, individual voters who are eligible to vote on the measure. If more than one argument is filed in favor or more than one argument is filed against the measure within the same category listed above, priority and preference will be determined by lot. And I bring that up because back when we submitted Measure D to the voters, there were 2 arguments by individual voters against the measure. And so because they were in the same category, it was determined by lot. With respect to the impartial analysis, the city attorney would also be directed to prepare an impartial analysis showing the effect of the measure on the existing law and the operation of the measure. It cannot exceed 500 words in length, and it would be due to the city clerk no later than Tuesday, July 7th by 5:30, which is the same deadline for filing written arguments. With respect to rebuttal arguments, again, they are optional. However, the city council has historically approved rebuttal arguments due to the city clerk no later than Friday, July 17th by 5 p.m. And then again, subsequently, a 10-day review period would follow with a deadline of July 27th by 5:30. With respect to alternatives, the city council, of course, could direct the city attorney to make additional edits to the proposed ordinance prior to submitting to the voters and return to a subsequent meeting. As Mr. Melching said, really the last opportunity to do that would be the July 14th regular meeting. If we waited till July 28th, we would not meet the statutory deadlines to get that to move that forward. The city council could also not authorize rebuttal arguments, which again, it's an option, but it's historically authorized those rebuttals. And with that said, the recommended actions are before you, which are the 3 resolutions and the budget adjustment requesting $15,000 from the Asset Management Plan Fund for the ranked choice voting ballot measure. And that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Peterson? There being none, at this time, I think it would be appropriate to turn to the chief proponent of this measure. I think that's Councilmember Treseder. Am I correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your presentation, Mr. Peterson. It's very clear. Can I just ask, a little bit more, just make sure that I completely understand the timeline here. So we'll need to, do we need to have 2 separate votes of this resolution in order to put it on the ballot? Let's see. Yeah, do we need to come back at 2 separate meetings or just one vote?
No, we can do this in one motion, one meeting.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So now what I want to mention is that I appreciate all the documents that were submitted here on the agenda. The folks in the audience and some of the experts in this area on ranked choice voting, they looked over the documents and they had a few changes to redline for the documents. And I sent out a memo to all the council members about this. Granted, it was only around, was it noon, 1 that we sent it out. So I respect that that's not a lot of time to look at it. But what I would like to do now is listen to the public commenters, and perhaps they can enlighten us a little bit more about why they made the changes they made. Okay, thank you.
All right, are there specific individuals that you wish to hear from first?
Thank you. I think, well, would y'all like to nominate somebody to come forward? Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm sorry, are we just calling on individuals as they submitted comments?
I can do whatever the will of the council is. I can just start calling forward
How many are in
individuals.
the queue now?
We have, how many? We have 15 requests to speak.
Yeah. I would suggest we just call them in the order submitted. How many are remote and how many are here?
6 of them are in person, the rest on Zoom.
All right. I just want to be clear about something. Am I holding up what arrived today by way of red lines and changes?
From here, it appears that that's the memo, but I defer to Councilmember Treseder to confirm.
Councilmember, is this what arrived today?
Yeah, that's it. It's from me.
All right. When did that come in? Because I picked it up when I came in this afternoon.
I believe it came in around the time we started our first meeting, so that was around noonish, I believe.
All right. And that came in, everybody has a copy?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from commenters in the order in which they submitted their request to be heard.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Joanne Slobodian, Pam Wyckoff, Sachit Chunder, Jeremy Ficarola, Mari Fuji, Tiffany, and Ryan Deck. Mr. Mayor, if I may too ask you how much time is allotted for each speaker?
There's 6 here, and how many remote?
We actually have 7 in person, and how many? And 4 remote.
All right, let's make it 2 minutes if we might, and if they get to 2 minutes and they're making an important point, we'll of course allow them to finish.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with Joanne Slobodian.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I know I'm not going to be popular with my purple shirt friends, and I'm sorry. I agree with you on so many things, but tonight the council is considering the ballot language for ranked choice voting. Irvine is facing a $6 million budget deficit, yet we're considering something that could cost up to $710,000 to implement. That should not be the priority right now. If we're discussing spending up to $710,000 during a budget deficit, I would rather see those resources directed towards an audit and answering the public's questions. We already have a voting system in place. Ranked choice voting should go before the voters in a future election after Irvine is out of the budget deficit. Oak Creek cannot wait. Residents are told Oak Creek must wait because ballot language cannot be prepared. But Oak Creek ballot language already came before this council in August 2025 without a final application. If ballot language could be prepared then, it can be prepared now. Ranked choice voting could cost us up to $710,000. Oak Creek gives the city an opportunity to secure open space worth millions. This is time sensitive and should be agendized before the next council meeting. Put Oak Creek on the ballot. Let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Wyckoff.
Welcome.
Mayor and council members, hello. Now, last meeting, this ordinance was moved along without reading either the lawyer's report or the printed ordinance. So I demand that you read the lawyer's report. There's a lot in there that we really should hear about. How about Hart InterCivic, the software that they use over at our voting center, which is corrupt? It goes through Smartmatic, Cital, Dominion. The software is made in China. It's not secure. Okay. Okay, and we were missing sections in the printed ordinance last week that are there now. I couldn't find that $700,000 figure. It wasn't available to the public. And also the construction disclaimer was not available. Now, the ordinance is confusing under section 12604. I just want to clarify. Are the lowest scoring votes simply deleted or added to the first place holder? And then now in our paperwork tonight, the definition of voting equipment includes touchscreen systems. That's completely unacceptable. We have to have a paper ballot for recounts. Our lawyer's allegiance is to the city. He's legally bound because we pay him. And he he is for our welfare, but if the majority of the council wants ranked choice voting, I find it hard that he's going to be able to write a biased opinion. And now, Cal RBC is an entity that wants to make us more like other cities, like Oakland. The former mayor of Oakland heads RCV. Oakland Airport was compelled to change their name to Oakland San Francisco Bay Airport because their reputation is so dire. Now, why is Irvine being targeted?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Why are we being targeted? Why not Costa Mesa? Let somebody else bear the financial burden of all this new software and technology that Bob Page is going to have to enact over there.
Thank you for your comment.
Sachin?
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. I'm a graduate student worker at UCI and a District 6 resident. I'd like to say that me and others in my community are really excited for the prospect of RCV. So we thank you for putting on the ballot this November and allowing the voters to decide. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment.
Jeremy Ficarola?
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, hi there, Jeremy Ficarola, Irvine resident. And yeah, I'm going to defer to the nitty-gritty commentary with some of the other commenters that are going to be coming up. I just want to say I'm just a strong supporter of ranked choice voting. I think we're coming upon 250th year anniversary of our country and of our democracy, and this is one of the greatest ways to show and honor our values for democracy, for a more perfect democracy. So I really hope that we get this done tonight. I think the 3 changes, the red lines, are small. I think those who already oppose ranked choice voting will use that as an excuse, as something coming up suddenly, as an excuse to say no or delay. Delay will kill this, so we have to act now. So again, please support ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mari?
Thank you. And by the way, thank you for all of you being public servants. I know it's not an easy job, long meetings, so much appreciated to all of you. And also to city staff, city attorney, Carl, you're always up here keeping all of us straight. So anyway, thank you, thank you. I just want to lend my support to ranked choice voting and to place it on the November ballot without delay. We heard already various opinions on if they want to vote for it or not, or they think it's a bad idea or a good idea. Let's place it on the ballot this November without delay. Let the voters decide. We already heard opinions tonight, and I think putting it on the ballot will allow you to tell your constituents, you know, I want you to educate yourself on RCV, on the ordinance. You make up your mind if you want to vote yes or no, but please don't delay it beyond tonight. Let's get it on the ballot. And that's it, so thank you.
Tiffany?
Welcome.
I want to say thank you for a comment. I usually call in. I'm a single mom, and I have a health condition also, so it's really hard for me to actually come. It's summer break, and my daughter is with her dad. So thank you for rescheduling it, because I probably wouldn't have had a Tuesday for another 4 or 5 months. So, but I want to also thank you for staying late. And I wanted to thank the council members who have been willing to have the conversation and considering bringing ranked choice voting to the voters. I understand that there are costs involved, and every meaningful improvement to our democracy comes with some investment. Doing the right thing isn't always the easiest or the least expensive choice, but that alone shouldn't stop us from letting the community decide. This isn't about asking council to adopt ranked choice voting tonight. It's about trusting the voters enough to give them the opportunity to weigh in. We routinely invest in infrastructure, parks, and public safety because we believe they're worth it. Our democracy process deserves that same thoughtful investment. The initial increased cost of placing the measure on the ballot is temporary, but the impact of improving how elections work could last for decades. Whether someone supports or opposes ranked choice voting, I hope we can all agree that giving the voters the opportunity to decide and that they deserve the chance to make the decisions themselves. Innovation has always required leadership, and sometimes leadership means being willing to start a conversation even when it's not the easiest path. I appreciate those of you who have approached this issue with an open mind and a willingness to listen and build trust with us and our local government. Please let the residents of Irvine have a voice and put the decision or the question on the ballot. Let the community decide. Democracy works best when we trust the people, and I respectfully ask you to give me that chance to vote on it as well this fall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Ryan Dack.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Once again, appreciate all the work you do. I myself was at a board meeting late last night till 10 p.m., so I know what it takes, so I appreciate you being here and doing this. And I want to thank the Council as well for considering this item and putting it on the ballot in November. You know, one of the items that is going to be discussed here when it comes to changing the ordinance is actually extremely important. I'm going to give you two examples. So as you know, it's primary season. We just had our primary election here in California, June 2nd. Now, what you might not know, we already know who the candidates for governor are and who our candidates are in the House of Representatives, but technically, those votes have not yet been certified. In fact, if you go to the Orange County Registrar of Voters right now, you'll see that there are unprocessed ballots that they still need to process. And most of those are ballot cures because of signature issues. So, under the current ordinance, if it passes, the Registrar of Voters would not be able to tabulate what the ranked choice voting results would be until all ballots come in. Now, it is not uncommon for us with first past the post systems to have preliminary results. We don't have to wait till every ballot comes in. It's a big secret. We kind of see as the votes come in what's going on. And so that first change is just to do that with ranked choice voting. Every time there's a ballot drop, we update what the ranked choice voting rounds look like. So people aren't going to say, I don't know what the results are for a month, because the state doesn't require us to certify until 30 days after the election. We're going to know who the winners and losers are very shortly after votes come in. So that first one I think is really important. I hope you consider it, and I hope you put it in the ordinance. Thank you.
Arash.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Once again, thank you for considering RCV for your city. My name is R.I. Sayari. I'm the Orange County Director for California RCV Institute. We've been working closely with the city attorney and city clerk to ensure that we provide the information as far as what changes need to come into place for the ballot. With regard to the items that discussed, you just heard essentially why we have suggested the changes with regard to the preliminary results. This is actually a valid question that May Agron, you brought up as well in the previous meeting, that there's a need for preliminary results, hence the language change to ensure that that in fact takes place. Second, with regard to requiring the, I think the original language had Orange County Board of Supervisors having to agree about the request, but the request here really is between the city of Irvine and the ROV. There's really no need for the Board of Supervisors to provide any input around this. So that's once again the reason for revision number 2. And then lastly, with regard to costs, Councilmember Carroll made a very valid point. Hey, we need to be cost conscious about this. And there was a reference to a particular hard number, $711,000. That was originally an estimate from the spreadsheet that we had provided. However, that spreadsheet was essentially looking at your current budget and current costs of conducting such elections. So similar to how you would look at costs of anything that you want to do in the future, you would want to account for inflation. We essentially suggested that that number be changed to a percentage, instead, a percentage of the budget, which currently, what we have suggested, would amount to the $711,000 that was previously discussed. So that's the main reason. And also, more importantly, we've provided language that in case the ROV comes back and says, may I finish?
Yes, let him finish his thought.
So in case the ROV comes back and says, hey, the cost of implementation is $10 million, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for the city to proceed. At that point, you would want to have a two-thirds vote to say, we want to delay this until the cost can in fact be brought down. So that's once again the suggestion to ensure that the city takes a cost-conscious approach to implementation of RCV. That's why we suggested the changes for the cost as well. I hope that answers all your questions.
Thank you. I I have further questions, but let's take the rest of the comments.
Sure.
And I may pose a question to you or others as well. All right?
Happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is telephone number 971. 971, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening. This is Jess, 34-year resident. I'm speaking against ranked choice voting. My first concern is taxpayer cost. We're talking about changing a voting system that already works. People vote. The votes are counted. Top vote getter wins. That is simple, familiar, and understandable. So before the city spends money on new systems, new voter education, new outreach, new ballot instructions, and all the staff time that goes with it, residents deserve a basic answer. What problem are we actually solving? Because from where I sit, this feels like a costly solution looking for a problem. What is the real reason to put this on the ballot? Whose bidding are you doing? And the people most likely to be hurt by this are not political insiders. It's people like me, seniors, newer voters, busy parents, and people who just want to cast a clear ballot without needing a college textbook. This just isn't fair, you guys. With ranked choice voting, voters have to understand second choices, third choices, and a new set of rules. This is not a pothole. This is not public safety. This is not parks maintenance. This is an expensive election experiment. Please keep Irvine elections simple, clear, and accountable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 258. 258, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Manesh. I'm speaking against ranked choice voting. And honestly, this whole thing is getting a little too obvious. This idea has been pushed very hard by a small group of local Democrats. Somehow, that small group seems to have an enormous amount of influence over 4 members of this council who are running for re-election. Could it have to do with the endorsements? So now, right before campaign season, we are to believe this is some urgent civic reform? Come on, we have real problems to face. This looks less like public improvement and more like political favors trading. And who pays for it? The taxpayers do. The city would have to spend money explaining a new system, changing how ballots work, changing how votes are counted, and then telling seniors and every other voter, don't worry, it's easy, when it clearly is not as easy as voting for one person and counting the votes. Irvine does not need a confusing new voting system just because a small political group wants it and certain council members want their support. Please stop this before taxpayers get stuck paying for it, and before you confuse voters even more to vote for it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 663. 663, you may unmute your mic. (663), can you hear us? Our next speaker is Jim Lindsay. Jim, you may unmute your mic. Jim, can you hear us? There you are, Jim.
Hi. So I'm leading the team for the California Ranked Choice Voting Institute that's supporting staff on this. So I'm available to answer questions, work closely with RASH and then our council and then another person that's like a paralegal. So basically a team of 4 doing the support. And it was that team and then some people, Irvine residents, who noticed the 3 issues. So really they've already been spoken to. What we were trying to do here is provide a more flexible and realistic cost option that would still protect the city as needed. And it says that, you know, you could defer this in 2028, you could then defer it in 2030, and in 2032 as many times as needed to until the cost got reasonable, if the cost is unreasonable. The city must have protection against that kind of scenario. It's probably not very likely, but you need the protection, right, just in case. So that's there. And then, and people already spoke to the other two items. Just in general, you don't want to have a hard number in legislation. You know, it's just, there's inflation, there's circumstances change, and all sorts of other things happen, you know, with a single fixed number. So, and then we set the 0.023 that came from the spreadsheet. It was $710,000 divided by 312 million, which is, I guess, your general fund budget for this this fiscal year, if we had that right. That's where that number came from, to make it as close to $710,000 as we could get off of what the spreadsheet came up with. There's a very small rounding error there.
Jim, your time is up, but I'll defer to the mayor.
Well, I think I'm mostly done. I'm just available to answer questions if anybody has any.
All right, I don't know. Can we put somebody on standby if they have,
If you have a question, I can let him back in. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you for your comments.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. At this time, I'll turn to Councilmember Carroll.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And you know, at the late hour, I just want to first thank everybody who's here on behalf of supporting this. It's really cool. I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff here. I didn't get a chance to really fully parse through the red line. You know, I write red lines for a living. Some of you guys know that. It looks like there's a bunch of changes. I'd like to have a little more time to understand them. I did call our city attorney in between the two meetings, and I think you said it earlier too, Jeff, which is we could do this at the next meeting. Look, I think the votes will be the votes. I am a little concerned because I think, yeah, the thought process was to, you know, to this, to one of the speakers that we had an estimate, we put the estimate in. You know, my thought was, okay, if you know, we kind of check empirically, is that the taxpayer cost? I think I said if it goes higher than that, then we won't do it. I think the answer was that's right. And then it also appears, if I'm hearing correctly, again, not having paged through it, because it's a bunch of pages, a red line that came in just a few hours ago in the during our other council meeting. It appears like it becomes evergreen. And, you know, appreciate the advocacy. I just, from my point of view, I thought we were gonna, and I thought the consensus was, let's test this thing to see if we can make it work from a financial perspective in 28. If it's sort of a go-go, and if it was a no-go, it wasn't sort of this, just being honest, my position, that it wasn't sort of this evergreen thing. That's what the council members want, this evergreen ranked choice voting to just spring into action when it becomes affordable or at a later cycle. That's the purview of them, but I thought we were you know, able to do that. I have some other questions just around how it's described, just so taxpayers know that when they hit yes, what they're signing up for dollar-wise. So, you know, there's that piece too. I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't think I have all the detail I have. I'm probably a little tired now, but look, I would motion, I don't have to do it now. I'm just saying if anybody's amenable, love to hear what anyone else has to say. Love to put this off a meeting so we can actually read this stuff, come back, and you know, also I think the one thing I did notice was that our city attorney had put forth the ordinance with a very specific block of all the things that would kind of go into those costs, and I think that's now changed. So I'm doing it a disservice, but I appreciate everyone being out here tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate all the public commenters, all great information. Appreciate the experts weighing in on why they're asking for these changes. Just for the benefit of the public, because they did not get my memo, I want to read the red line changes into the record, just so everybody will have it. Okay, bear with me. So change number 1 under preliminary vote results. In section 1-2-601, in the 8th paragraph, it begins with round of counting or round. Strike the sentence. Sentence reads, no round of counting or elimination of candidates can occur before all eligible ballots are received by the city clerk, end quote, and replace it with, begin quote, during the tally of the election, preliminary results of city contests using RCV shall be released at the same time as all other city contests have preliminary results released, end quote. Change 2, preliminary vote results. In section 1-2-602, parentheses C, replace, quote, C, the Orange County Board of Supervisors must agree to the request for all election services that allow the city to use ranked choice voting and consolidation of the election prior to the use of ranked choice voting, end quote, with, begin quote, C, ranked choice voting shall not preclude the city from consolidating its municipal elections with the county, end quote. Okay, change number 3, this is the longer one. Change cost cap to a percentage. In section 1-2-611, remove paragraphs D.1 and D.2 that includes the hard cost cap of $710,440 and replace it with the following. Begin quote, 1, for purposes of this subsection 1-2-611, parentheses D, the following definition shall apply. I, estimated election cost means the city's adopted budget for the next election that will include a single winner city office. II, RCV cost means the additional cost of the city above and beyond the latest currently provided estimated election cost for the next non-ranked choice voting election that will include a single winner city office. III, RCV cost limit means 0.23% of the then current general city budget for the fiscal year within which the general election will be held. 2, the RCV cost shall be calculated by adding I, the average of the low and high range estimate from the Orange County Register of Voters regarding the County of Orange's additional cost that would be billed to the city for the use of ranked voting at the next scheduled election that includes a single winner city office to II, an estimate from the city clerk of the additional city cost to be incurred for the use of ranked choice voting at the next scheduled election that includes a single winner city office. 3, if the RCV cost is greater than the RCV cost limit, then the city council may, upon a 2/3 vote, defer the use of ranked choice voting to the next statewide general election. This could occur more than once if necessary. 4, once a ranked choice voting election has occurred during any election cycle in the city, ranked choice voting shall continue to be used at every subsequent election unless the voters replace it with another system. This subsection 1-2-611, parentheses D, only applies to the first usage of ranked choice voting. 5, notwithstanding item 3, the city council is directed to implement ranked choice voting for Irvine as soon as is viable in 2028 if it is not prohibitively expensive. Thank you all for your patience as I read that out. Hopefully that now that is a public record. And yeah, just in general, this makes a ton of sense for me for the same reasons that I supported ranked choice voting the last time we voted to move forward with this. I support it this time. These documents have been prepared by our city attorney, clerk, and in consultation with these experts who are here with us now. I feel satisfied with the changes in the wording. And so therefore, I move that we adopt the 4 actions listed in the agenda, which is 1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, ordering the submission to the qualified electors of the City of Irvine a certain measure relating to the adoption of ranked choice voting for elections at the general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, as called by resolution number 26-60. 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, setting priorities for filing written arguments regarding a city measure and directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis. 3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, providing for the filing of rebuttal arguments for city measures submitted at municipal elections. And 4, approve a budget adjustment in the amount to allocate $15,000 from the Asset Management Plan Fund for the ranked choice voting ballot measure with the red line changes that I have just read. Do I have a second?
The motion is offered by Councilmember Treseder. Is there a second? Is there a second? There being no second, the motion dies. I called for a second twice. I'm not going to call a third time. The motion dies. All right, that concludes this item. Shall we go on to the next? Item 7.3. I'll tell you what, let's take stock of where we are. Let's take stock of where we are. And if council members wish to proceed.
Yeah, I think we should just, can we adjourn, can we just bring the next items on to at the beginning of the next meeting? If everyone's amenable.
All right, let me just go through so everybody knows what we're doing here. Item 7.3 is Councilmember Liu's measure preparation of a tourism readiness and competitive assessment. Item 7.4 is pocket parks and green space master plan, placed on the agenda at the request of Councilmember Treseder. Item 7.5 is request to agendize discussion to transitioning to annual budgets starting in the 27-28 fiscal year. And item 7.6 is policies and procedures changes recommended by the committee that met with respect to those. Those are the balance of the items. What's the pleasure of the council?
For my part, I'm happy to continue 7.4, the pocket parks, and from my part, I'm happy to also continue the policies and procedures, although I would defer to my subcommittee members.
Well, I'm very much in favor of that. If we got into that, it's like discussing bylaws and deferring it to the next meeting would be appreciated. Any of the other matters urgent that they wish to take up tonight?
Well, I mean, I hate to make them come back again. How long is the presentation?
There are only 6 slides.
This is regarding the tourism matter?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Why don't, if you would like to have the presentation of that, then let's do it. First, let's identify this item by number, subject, and title.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 7.3 is request for proposals for preparation of a tourism readiness and competitiveness assessment.
Councilmember Liu, I'm going to suggest that this will be presented by staff, and I would suggest we, shortly after that, continue the matter to the next meeting. I don't know that council members would want to discuss it at length, but it's your item. Go right ahead.
Yeah, if I mean, since they're already here, I would like them to just have the presentation and we can decide.
You wouldn't like to come back and sit another 3 or 4 hours? No? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Misty Bond. I am the Hotel Improvement District Administrator, and alongside me here is Karen Koch. She's the Director of Economic Development. Tonight we're presenting the item Request for Proposals for Preparation of a Tourism Readiness and Competitive Assessment. By way of background, on March 24th, 2026, the City Council directed staff to begin discussions with UCI regarding a comprehensive tourism readiness and competitiveness assessment that should include but not be limited to assess Irvine's current infrastructure, public transportation, economics, workforce readiness, marketing, and hospitality capacity in preparation for the influx of tourism, collaborate with regional partners to ensure relevant industry data is integrated into the assessment, conduct a cost-benefit analysis detailing expected tax and business revenue during these events, including an economic analysis of local businesses' competitiveness, and identify potential impacts on residential quality of life, including traffic congestion, public safety strain, and other relevant aspects that affect the community. And number 2, return to the City Council with a proposed scope of work and timeline and an estimated budget source within 90 days. So since March, we have had several conversations with UCI regarding a comprehensive tourism readiness and competitiveness assessment. UCI expressed that while they are not positioned to lead the study, they've expressed clear interest in participating as a community partner. UCI emphasized that this is a specialized assessment and a consultant that specializes in this type of work would be best suited to conduct the assessment. UCI shared that they can contribute towards the transportation analysis piece of the assessment by hiring a graduate PhD student and a professor to oversee the work, and there will be costs associated with that. Staff also conducted preliminary research and outreach with consultants who are experienced in tourism strategy and destination development, and found that the potential approaches varied significantly. Options ranged from highly targeted assessments to focus on near-term opportunities to a more long-term destination planning effort, with estimated costs ranging from $100,000 to $575,000 and a timeline ranging from 4 months to 12 months. So based on those discussions, staff is recommending a more focused assessment approach. The proposed approach is to issue an RFP for qualified tourism and destination consultants using a focused scope of work. That scope would evaluate tourism infrastructure, transportation and wayfinding, visitor-serving businesses, workforce readiness, quality of life considerations, economic impacts, and Irvine's competitive position relative to peer destinations, all while incorporating stakeholder and community engagement, including UCI and the Greater Irvine Chamber of Commerce. If the council provides direction tonight, staff anticipates releasing the RFP in July, completing the consultant selection and contract execution in August, and begin the project kickoff in August, and receiving the final deliverable in February of 2027. With respect to cost and funding, staff's preliminary research indicates that consultant costs for a focused assessment are expected to range from $100,000 to $250,000. Staff has identified the city-directed portion of the Hotel Improvement District revenue, specifically the 18% administrative and economic development fee, as the most appropriate funding source for this initiative. The staff also notes that the HID fund balance contains sufficient funds to support this work. With that, staff's recommended action is before you this evening. First, direct staff to initiate the RFP based on the proposed scope of work and proceed with necessary actions to procure and engage a qualified consultant. Second, appropriate $250,000 from the Hotel Improvement District Fund to complete the assessment. In addition to the recommended action, Council also has alternatives. One alternative is to direct staff not to proceed with the assessment at this time and instead rely on existing regional studies and related work that's already been completed. Existing regional studies by organizations like Visit California, Orange County Business Council, Cal Travel, and Destinations International would help inform the council of its most immediate tourism needs. Staff will gather data from these studies to glean a high-level applicability, but this will not be a formal tourism assessment as originally scoped. Another alternative is to direct staff to narrow the scope even further, which could potentially reduce the cost and shorten the timeline, but will also likely result in a less comprehensive analysis than what was currently proposed. If the council decides to move forward with this alternative, the staff will need time to narrow the scope, work with community partners to gauge their level of involvement or their desired level of involvement and what their cost would be. So this concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Let me just jump in here with a kind of a basic question. The Hotel Improvement District, is that kind of a segregated fund?
Correct. Those are
Not
special.
part of our general fund.
Correct. That is a self-imposed assessment that the hoteliers imposed upon themselves. They collect a 2% tax on every room night from visitors. And so those funds fund our tourism division. And 18% of that revenue is city-directed funding, which could fund this project.
All right. So there is some city money in there.
It would all be HID money, but it's the city-directed portion of the HID money.
Right.
Yes, no
So
general fund.
So there's no budget adjustment involved associated with this if we were to go forward?
Correct. There is a fund balance under the 18% city-directed portion of the money, of the revenue.
That now is money that you have, right? The HID has.
The HID has, and that is able to be directed by city.
Okay. And finally, just on the governance of the HID, how many representatives does the city have?
There are 4 city representatives and, 3 city representatives and 4 hoteliers.
All right. And they meet how often?
Every other month. Yes, sir. Next one is July.
They all get along
They all get along really great.
as well as we do?
Maybe a little better.
Oh, okay. 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 Well, thank you, and thank you for that presentation. I'll turn it back to Councilmember Liu, and then Councilmember Martinez-Franco wishes to be heard.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this. And I want to share some of the context on this. So back in March 2025, I submitted a readiness memo to have a comprehensive plan for FIFA and 2028 Olympics, but that was not placed on agenda, and then we did another one in March of 26 to restart the effort with a unanimous support. But then we don't have a full year of planning, and now that FIFA's already happening, we're just trying to catch 28 Olympics at this point. So for the sake of being timely and also in consideration of the potential cost of having a consultant do the study, I have been calling around and asking for support from UCI Business School, and they're willing to work on this with city staff rather than having a consultant and cost us more money to do a study. It might not be as comprehensive, but essentially, like Misty had mentioned, we can use existing data and narrow it down to Irvine and focus on Irvine, so we can have a better understanding of how ready we are for the 28 Olympics. So I have a different motion from the original memo, and and I'll hand this down. And I'll make this motion right now.
We're running out. We're short a couple here.
We are?
There we go. Okay.
So I move to direct city staff to coordinate with Orange County Business Council, Greater Irvine Chamber, and the Orange County Hotel and Lodging Association to gather data and to work with the UCI Paul Mirage School of Business to conduct an economic study on Irvine's tourism, preparedness, and competitiveness. So it's not as comprehensive as the original plan, but for the sake of having this done in a more efficient way and cost-efficient way, this is the new proposal and the new motion.
Right.
I believe.
Why don't we get a second, and
Yes.
then we can go on with the discussion. Is there a second? I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. And so in my conversation with UCI Business School, they may be able to turn this around before the end of the year. So we'll have a longer leadway.
All right, are there any interested public commenters?
There are no requests to speak, Mayor.
No requests. All right, Councilmember Martinez-Franco, then Councilmember Go. Why don't you go ahead, Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
With this motion, there is no cost, absolutely no HID funds will be transferred to these.
There may be some costs associated with this, but at this point, it doesn't quite look like it. But I guess it will be prudent to put a cap on it. I believe maybe about 100,000, since that's the staff proposal on the low end. So maybe I'll add a not to exceed $100,000 of HID funds.
Okay, so when this memo was first brought...
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask if...
it's my turn. You answered my question. Thank you so much. When this memo was brought forward, it included a directive for a study to be performed by UCI at no cost to the city. That is why initially I agreed to support it. I understand that other cities have done similar studies. However, now that we are hearing this could cost a significant amount of HID funds, I would rather see that money reinvested in other ways. I would rather see those funds invested in the people who work in our hotels or in supporting the different ethnic chambers of commerce that can help reach people from other parts of the world, attract more tourism, and bring more international business to our city. Or quite simply, I would rather see those funds used for good causes, such as helping cover the fees to host the 2027 California Police and Fire Championship Games here in Irvine. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Go.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify economic study and perhaps make a friendly amendment. I wanted to include a wage study as well, because as we all know, all hotels aren't created equal. The room rates really are a big factor on what type of hotel it is. And, we've already seen the effects of wages in other cities. A lot of the hotels can't handle the economic impact of the burden of cost. Some hotels do. I'm not saying all of them are going to be in that same situation, but there are a lot of hotels that won't be able to survive. And there are covenants in their loan as well that would put them under, the debt service ratios and profitability that would, basically make their loan called due in full. And that's why a lot of these hotels are having trouble, adjusting to inflation as well as the wage issues. So I just want to make sure that we do have a wage portion of the economic study. And if you're okay with that detail, I'd be happy to take that friendly amendment.
I'll accept that. I believe, and thank you for bringing it up, because there have been estimates on raising hotel worker wages from an average of $18.50 to $25. That would cost about 35% of the jobs. And that was one of the studies out of Anaheim, and there's a study out of LA that had also seen a dip in hotel stays because of the recent $30 proposal, which they postponed until after 2020 Olympics. So I would accept that if...
So basically, after the word to gather data, including wage data.
To include wage.
I just want to add some more. Like, specifically, it's not a generic study of wage. It's kind of an application to a specific type of hotel. So when you have a budget hotel, that's charging $150 a night, or somewhere, near an airport where the traffic pattern is different, it's $100 a night. A $30 an hour or $25 wage increase can't be absorbed. Whereas when you have a Montage that can charge $400 or $500 a night, sure. So the study has to be really specific of how many hotels won't be able to absorb this, so that if there are new policies being in place, that those hotels are looked upon in a different manner. So that I just want to reiterate and make that clear, because I am not against workers making money or making a living wage, but if it's at the expense of different products that just can't survive in this environment, we have to be mindful of that. And that's what the study needs to focus on as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. I'm sorry, who are the three council members on the HID?
No, it's me, city manager, and...
I could address it. The appointees are the city manager, it's the city manager's designee, which is the assistant city manager, and then a council member.
Okay, and you are our
Yes.
representative. Thank you. All right, are there other requests to be heard? Yes.
Well, I wanted to add that the LA report that I was referring to, it's saying that the Bureau of Labor Statistics' latest data on Employment Policies by Employment Policies Institute showed that LA County dropped 1.7% of hotel employment across the board in December of 2025 compared to a year earlier, and that is one of the impact that we already saw. So I appreciate Councilmember Go's friendly amendment offer.
All right. Any other comments? I'm inclined to support this. I don't know quite how this would work operationally. What I'd kind of prefer to do, Councilmember Liu, would be to see this continued to the next meeting. For the purposes of taking a vote at the next meeting, I'd really like to talk to you and to a couple of others a little bit more about this, because although the hour's late and we're, I think, not devoting the time and attention we should to this, this is very important. The success not only of the hotel industry, but tourism generally in the city of Irvine is very, very important to our economic future, and I want to make sure we give the proper emphasis to this that it deserves And so I would invite you to continue it. I mean, if you insist on a vote now, I'll vote for it. But I've got some ideas that I'd like to share with you and perhaps with others on the council as well before taking a vote. That's my preference.
Well, I can defer to the rest of the council and see if they're ready. I mean, seeing that it's already late, if they'd rather not make a decision today.
All right. Well, I'll tell you, if you want to push it. Well, let me just ask, is there anybody who's disinclined to vote for the motion? If so, I would suggest you continue it. If not, go ahead, be my guest and push it through. Apparently not. Go ahead. No further requests. I've seconded the motion. The motion is properly before us.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, just for clarity of the record, I'm assuming you seconded the motion and you're okay with the amendment by Councilmember Go?
Yes, to put the $100,000 cap on it.
And then the wage study?
And the wage study reference as well. Yes. All right. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Councilmember Go?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco? No. Councilmember Treceder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai?
No.
Mayor Agron?
Yes.
Carries 5-2 with Councilmember Martinez Franco and Vice Mayor Mai voting no.
All right. I think that concludes our work, unless there's an insistence on taking up another item. No?
I have a comment.
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Franco.
This is a question for Mr. Melchin. Can I reconsider an item right now or no? When we killed the motion, I had a button to speak, and I thought I was going to get to speak before we killed the motion. That's why I didn't vote.
Are you referring to the ranked choice voting item? I don't believe you can reconsider it because there's nothing to reconsider. There was no action taken. So had a motion been taken and adopted, then a motion for reconsideration would still be appropriate any time during the meeting. But there was no motion. There's nothing to reconsider because the council took no action on that item.
Well, how can that get fixed then? Since I didn't press second because I was waiting to be called for comment.
Let me inject here, if I might. I believe the matter could be put on the next agenda.
It could.
I'd be happy to talk to Councilmember Treceder or anyone else about that possibility and confer with you as well. All right? Okay. With that, we've gone about as far as we could tonight. I'll move that we adjourn. Is there a second? I guess everyone wants to stay here.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Mai. All right. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Councilmember Go?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco? Councilmember Treceder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai? Mayor Agron?
Yes.
Carries 7-0.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.